Good to be with you on this Thursday afternoon from South Ozone Park, New York. Live look at Aqueduct Racetrack here, Belmont at the Big A. We are about 10 minutes to post to kick off this Thursday card. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you as we get set for a fun afternoon. We're on 1 to 5 today. Coverage from Horseshoe Indy as well, and the long-awaited return of With the Angels, undefeated as a 2-year-old filly for Linda Rice.
I've had a lot of sleepless nights wondering when she'd come back. I really have. And ever since she was entered as an MTO on September 27th, she is back. You and I were both trying to beat her. Long awaited return, but you were trying to beat her. But what I think is interesting about her last race and this win we're showing the end of here was that as a horse who had had extreme speed in her races, with a lot of speed in the last race, they decided the best move was to rate her. They did. And they were right, and it worked out. So she's shown herself to be multidimensional. And listen, she was running figures as a 2-year-old that can beat this field. So routine improvement, and she's going to be a handful here.
Perfect 4-for-4 record. Haven't seen her, though, since November 17th. The comeback today, even money, morning line. Does have a couple she's going to have to deal with, including maybe her stablemate, Sarir, who has some talent, but practical love for Belmont. Maybe cutting back to 6 furlongs is just what she wants.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, Linda is the very, very good at finding the right spots for her horses. Her numbers off of layoffs are okay. They're not great, though. I was looking up some numbers, 250-day plus layoffs and dirt sprints. She's just 3 for 26 with a 68-cent ROI, so that kind of led me to believe that maybe she'll need a race, but you're talking about a horse that just might be too good for these. Even if she hasn't improved, she might be too good for these.
That is coming up in race 4, 2:47 Eastern start time with the Angels. 4-for-4 as a 2-year-old, making her 3-year-old debut for Linda Rice. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Fast and firm here in New York. And again, now 8 minutes away from kicking off the card in the early Pick 5. That 4th race with the Angels, and then the last race on the card. That is maybe the best betting race, not maybe, it is, of the day.
Well, you know, it's what the last race is a lot of promise. I mean, you'll be gone by then, but there's a lot of horses in there with pedigrees that could be very interesting, and Top Barn's well represented.
$200 deposit match sign-up bonus, $25 free bet when you punch in that code for new members at sign-up. Cup 25 right there at NYRABets.com. We're going to kick off this Thursday card, sprinting on the grass. 6 furlongs on the outer turf, a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds. We're right now, wow, Felonious. 6-5 favorite, first-time starter Todd Pletcher with John Velasquez. What do you think?
This horse worked a pretty unimpressive 10 and a 5th, I thought, at the 2-year-old sale, but money is often meaningful in these races, especially for a barn like Todd's.
We start with a first-time starter for Chad Brown, Mr. Michigano, who seemingly has more turf pedigree.
Horse has a ton of turf pedigree, and I would guess with you would be the one I'd be more inclined to be interested in.
5-1, that's surprising. So here's the favorite for Todd Pletcher, Felonious.
They betting off of dirt workouts. This is a turf race, and this horse doesn't exactly have a screaming turf pedigree.
Likeness cuts back after debuting at a mile on the turf for Shug McGahee.
Sort of an odd placement for Shug, but you know what? He's Shug McGahee, and he is one of the great trainers in the game, so who are we to argue with him?
Flavian Pratt riding for Jose D'Angelo, Uncle Aldo.
You like this one more than I do. I like this one more than you do.
Miguel Clement, Brooklyn Styles, faced Atfield last time sprinting on the grass.
Yeah, I thought this horse's turf races were okay, relatively
Atfield
speaking.
Third in the Grade 3 Futurity. And then Ender Knight, first-time starter with some big pedigree.
Yeah, no money for this one, but Dave Donk doesn't really rate to get bet. And from a turf pedigree standpoint, 10-time winning dam on the turf, a very good horse. She's produced 3 to try the turf, 2 won. They all ran well. And I loved Hessenite the dam, and so I'm going to lose a few dollars on this one. I don't care what the price is.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post to kick off this Thursday card. Let's bring in the MIG, Richie Migliori, for more.
Hey guys, beautiful day out here, and we're going to start down on the inside with the one, Mr. Michigano. He extensive work tab. I mean, just been working steadily, has a turf pedigree, is a half to Innovative, who is a stakes winner on turf. Now, Innovative, interestingly enough, was by Complexity, who is by McLean's Music. Well, Mr. Michigano is by McLean's Music, so they're bred extremely close to the vest here. Looks great, very fit. The 2, Felonious, also looking very fit. Interesting fact, Leland Ackerley Brothers Racing gave Todd Pletcher his first stakes winner in Jersey Girl, or graded stakes winner, excuse me, as well as Steve Asmussen's first graded stakes winner. So they've had a hand in 2 Hall of Fame careers. Felonius looks very fit, looks very sharp. I'm a little curious about the turf angle myself. Does have a couple of sharp gate works at Belmont on the training track. You always got to look at those with a little bit of a jaundiced eye, because they're usually a little faster than what they actually are. The placement of the gate on the training track at Belmont, there's a longer run up, the way they time the works. So you see a fast gate work at Belmont on the training track. We don't have the main track, obviously, right now. Sometimes they're a little dressed up, those fast gate works. The 3-horse from the Shug McGahee barn likeness, looking at him from a physical perspective, he looks more like a turf sprinter than a turf router. Started out at a mile, much more close-coupled son of gun runner. And then the 5, Brooklyn Styles, who will be my top selection. He could not look any better. Making his 4th start, he has the most experience. He's got a burnished copper penny look. What a rich, deep chestnut son of Munnings. And he's been training in Saratoga, and I live halfway between here and Saratoga, so you start getting these cooler evenings, cooler mornings, and you'll see horses' coats start to turn. They start getting prepared for winter. You see it a touch with this guy, but his overall health and how rich and hydrated his coat is, I'm going to go with the horse with the most experience, and that's Brooklyn Styles.
Mig, thank you. 5-1 right now on this Miguel Clement runner, who second time sprinting on the turf, second start overall as well. Yeah, was in that Atfield Schwarzenegger race. Schwarzenegger was the most hyped 2-year-old turf horse all summer long at Saratoga, who drifted badly in the stretch in that debut for Wesley Ward. And Atfield won at a big price, then was 3rd in the Grade 3 Futurity.
Yeah, I think that Brooklyn Styles has met the better company. Of the ones that have run, I'm surprised this horse is 5-1. I know he's had some chances. Maybe they're just sort of banging this race like they think it's a 1-horse race with this Pletcher horse. And maybe there's listen, this horse might have worked in the turf somewhere that we don't know about. But it seems a little bit odd that a horse with these workouts and this pedigree is being bet so incredibly strongly. Now, he just drifted to 7-2, and there still is 7-5, and there is some time. Be interesting to see where this board lands, because I'm surprised by this wagering.
Charlatan, and that's who this horse is by, the favorite. The 2. We'll get to the 4 here in a sec. 2 for 12 so far, sprinting on the turf with his offspring. Here's the 4. 3-1 right now. Uncle Aldo debuted on turf, Gulfstream. Terrible beginning. Got pushed down on the inside, had the rail. He was last early out of the gate, which is not a good thing, sprinting 5 furlongs on the lawn, really anywhere, but especially at Gulfstream.
Yeah, I get that. I'm not going to argue with that. I don't like the race he comes out of. The horse who won the race came back and went from a 62 buyer to a 40 buyer. I find these 5 furlong turf races at Gulfstream have not been particularly productive with the horses that have shipped up here. Listen, he's got the experience along with the 5. You like the 4 more. I like the 5 more. We just took a different approach.
And they're becoming similar numbers here. Yeah, 3-1 on Uncle Aldo, who out of that race seemed to have solved the issues out of the gate. Broke a lot better. It was on synthetic. Missed by 3/4 of a length. And now back on turf today. So we'll see what happens here getting back on the grass. Pratt will ride. Reigning Eclipse Award winning rider for Jose D'Angelo. But all this money on Felonius. Strange to see this short still, 3-2.
Yeah, we seem to have lost the odds. He's gone up to 3-2 right now. There they are. I mean, some of it may be that they're not betting the 1. They're not betting the 6. The 3-horse, a gun runner that went a mile, showed a little bit of speed in the race, didn't run that well, but he does come out the 3 of a very, very strong maiden field. The winner, Teddy's Rocket, is good. The 2nd horse is very good, Noble Dynasty. Maybe they just feel like there's not a lot going on in this field, or maybe there's a big story on Felonius. But for my money, given the pedigree, I'm really interested to see what Felonius does, because this money may be very meaningful, or it may be badly misguided.
Todd Pletcher with his 2-year-old first-time starters sprinting on the turf over the last 5 years, 17%. He's 6 for 36.
Yeah, I mean, both. One thing I'd say about Todd is that one of the reasons he had such a good Saratoga is he was exceptionally good in turf 2-year-old races. And that's something in the past he hasn't been that good at. And I'm sure it's a, what?
More routes, though.
More
right?
routes than sprints, right? I was going to get to that and
sorry.
say that. No,
Sorry.
that's fine. I'm saying that's one of the reasons I think that Todd realized if I'm going to do well in Saratoga, and I think his owners, especially Mike Rapoli, thought the same thing. I need to be more competitive, and Mike has certainly been active on the world stage in different markets buying horses, but not the sprinters, And I think you look at Brad Cox, Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher. They don't have a ton of success with first-time starters because it's just not what they're geared for. They're geared for longer on the dirt or longer on the turf. So it feels like a lot of the ones they run in these turf races are kind of running there as afterthoughts. They haven't shown them enough. It doesn't mean they can't have a good one, but for the most part, they don't.
Money has not moved much. This 2-horse has opened as a heavy favorite, has remained that way despite having really more of a dirt pedigree. Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez will team up.
It's all Ender night for me.
That is the David Donk, first-time starter on the outside. The Dam, 10 for 19, lifetime on the grass. Grade 3 winner, multiple stakes winner.
Producer. She was a good one, a New York bred, but she also won an open company graded stake as well. One of my favorites, Ramon Dominguez, rode her for most of her career.
Ready to kick off this Thursday card. Belmont at the Big A here on our FS2 coverage. Chris Griffin with the call.
Uncle Aldo. Brooklyn Styles. Next to move forward. Ender Knight. Dylan Davis. Last to load to the outside. Start of the early pick 5. Belmont at the Big A. All set. And they're off. Uncle Aldo sprints right out to the front, quickly up by a length, now a length and a half, and chasing towards the outside Brooklyn Styles. At the rail, Felonius and John Velasquez, they move on through, and they're going to sit tight here in that third position. Right behind them comes Likeness. Bit wide there. On the far outside was Ender Knight, broke outward out in the center of the course, and the trailer, Mr. Michigana. They're approaching the far turn, and Uncle Aldo is in hand, 24 seconds flat for that posted opening quarter mile for Uncle Aldo, who takes him into the turn. A tight hold here for Rosario, and Brooklyn Styles within range here from second. All in now at the rail as Felonius is trying to cut into this margin, but Uncle Aldo still does it very nicely up top. Uncle Aldo approaches a quarter mile left to go. The top of the lane is headed all his own way. And Uncle Aldo, Flavien Prat is barely ass and now gives him the cue and quickly puts 3 widening lengths on the field. Uncle Aldo trying to run them right off their feet. Still chasing Brooklyn Styles. They're trying to run on from the back. Likeness, also Ender Knight from far out of it. Uncle Aldo has a 16th left to go, swishing his tail around, but Uncle Aldo, that's your winner in the opener. Uncle Aldo wins it over Brooklyn Styles. Then came Felonius, who battles back for third in 1 minute 11 seconds flat.
Uncle Aldo, much different beginning than his debut, which came on the grass as well. Broke rocket sharp, got to the front under Flavien Prat, gate to wire.
Yeah, the race was basically over before it even started. This horse, as you say, broke a lot better than he did the first time out, and he was just a much different racehorse. Now, the posted times are a little bit strange. Obviously, I don't know, do we have the course listed as good or yielding? Because 24 is about as slow as you can get a course to go. I'm not sure what we're listing the courses at, but obviously we're not dealing with a firm race course based on time, or the times are inaccurate.
So Uncle Aldo, third time the charm, getting to the front, breaking incredibly sharp under your reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, who we're going to take a look at his resume and a chance to go back-to-back as the nation's outstanding rider a little bit later on in the program. 2-1, Uncle Aldo with the victory, goes off second choice for the win. There he is. Told you we'd have more on him. Prat, ready for a big weekend out at Del Mar at the Breeders' Cup. Niso, Sierra Leone, just a couple of his mounts to come in the Breeders' Cup.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at nairabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can bet it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Card underway. Gate to wire. Uncle Aldo and last year's Eclipse Award-winning rider Flavien Prat broke sharp. Goes gate to wire.
Yeah, I mean, this race was just over and dominated the whole way. The two that ran 1-2 around the track, and they ran 1-2 at the finish. I don't know what the story with the times is. I don't know if they're inaccurate. I don't think we've seen a 24 opening quarter in a 6-furlong race. In as long as I can remember, we see more 21s and change, and they hold up. So either the courses have a lot of give in them, despite them being listed as firm, or there's something inaccurate about the times. We'll monitor what the turf times are going later, because this is a weirdly slow race, and the fractions especially.
Yeah, 24 opening quarter.
We see 107s and 108s in these races.
Very slow. Let's
routinely.
bring in Mig with more on what we saw in this first race here on the grass.
Yeah, guys, I spoke to several of the riders that competed in the first to get their take on it because of the fractions. Leads you to believe there's some give in the ground, but all of them said not as much give. It's not as firm as it was, obviously, but more the wind. And if you look at the flag, there's a very, very stiff headwind as they're racing into it down the backstretch. And then, of course, they have the tailwind through the home stretch. And all of them felt like the fractions were legitimate, that it was more a product of the wind in their face slowing things down a bit, guys.
All right, Meg, there's a look at it. You see those flags blowing. So down the backstretch going straight into that. And maybe a time for those reason for that slower fractions early on. Uncle Aldo, second choice, $6.68 to kick off this card. Second choice on the board. Felonious, favorite, 7-5, winds up third.
Yep, 2 with experience, and I have no idea why they're betting Felonious, because he certainly didn't run to it. We'll see. Maybe he didn't love the turf.
Race 2, mile and a 16th. We stretch out on the grass. New York breds, maiden special weight. Horseshoe de Paz, very likely holding the key to this race. He's got Twirling Lad and Tim and Sam.
Yeah, he does seem to hold the key to this race. They are the 2 horses. Actually, the 1 is a slight second choice horse you and I are neither one of us particularly enamored with. I think the 2 and 3 are the right horses, and both you and I like the 3 here, and you're coming off picking the winner of the first race.
Rein it in for David Duggan. 15-1 morning line, 3-1 right now. Early money, things will change. Interesting to note.
No, the 7-1 right now. I think that was a misprint and is the second longest shot on the board in exact doubles.
Okay, maybe it just changed.
Yeah.
Speaking of the man who just won the opening race on the card, he'll be on Kuliana from the rail. Flavien Prat, reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider. Take a look at graded stakes this year. Grade 1 wins. He leads the way with 10 Grade 1 wins among your top contenders of these riders. Graded stakes, 36 wins as well, and he's about $615,000 up over Arad Ortiz Jr. in earnings as well.
Well, he's also, I think, double the number of Grade 1s, or maybe it's either 10, I think it's 10-5 in Grade 1. John Velasquez is third with the 9 wins in Grade 1s. Irad has 6. Right now, Flavien is a slight favorite, but I think the Breeders' Cup is going to have a big say in that as well.
No question. Let's bring in Mig here. Incredible year last year, resulting in Pratt's first ever Eclipse Award as outstanding rider. Does he deserve to win it again here?
Well, I mean, obviously the voting shouldn't be done until after the last race's run of 2025. I'm sure some people send their votes in earlier than that, but Breeders' Cup, Andy hit it on the head, is going to have a lot to say. I mean, you can have a big swing earnings-wise, have a big Breeders' Cup, and, start the day, behind in earnings and finish well in front of earnings. So I think Breeders' Cup is going to have a big say in the jockey title this year. But I think also Flavien's a little bit of a product of his own success, right? It's almost like we're not talking as much about him this year, because last year it was just incredible what he did, particularly the stakes in Saratoga. And all he's been doing is steadily getting it done all year in the right races, where this guy travels a great deal. But how blessed are we when it comes down to you're looking at Irad Ortiz, Flavien Prat, Johnny Velasquez having another incredible year. Even the year Junior Alvarado's had, we are just so blessed with so many talented riders based out of New York.
It's inevitable, too, with all those big races, all that money on the line, that it's going to come down for a lot of these voters to those 2 days of the Breeders' Cup. Is that fair that it.
No.
No.
You're right. No, I think the Breeders' Cup has exposed in a lot of ways that there are a lot of voters that don't deserve a vote. I don't believe, and racing, one of the detrimental things to the Breeders' Cup is that it has put too much emphasis on one day, whereas there's a whole year, and horses should be allowed a bad day. It might come in the Breeders' Cup, and I think we've seen some champions over the years where you could say that they weren't really the champion in that division, where other horses had a more full year, and I think that's not the Breeders' Cup fault. That's the fault of irresponsible voters, voters that don't deserve a vote, voters that don't really follow the game all year, and they just look at the Breeders' Cup. I think this year is so close with the riders, and maybe even some other categories that maybe you could say the Breeders' Cup might matter some more in those situations. But I think you're supposed to look at an entire year as a whole.
I agree. Well, look, a lot of voters, too, they just look straight at earnings
right.
in terms of
earnings, earnings, a Breeders' Cup win. And no, I think that if you're going to have a vote in something like that, you need to take it a lot more seriously. There are voters that do take it very seriously to follow the game, but there are plenty of voters that do not deserve a vote, and we see it every single year, and I've yet to see voters lose a vote when they vote for ridiculous horses and categories that have no business even being discussed in that category.
Yeah. Well, some of the big mounts for Pratt we're going to see on October 31st, November the 1st. Biggest, the reigning Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Sierra Leone, who has gotten really good the second half of the year again as he gears up to go back-to-back.
I would argue that his second-place finish in Jockey Gold Cup is the best race that he ever ran, considering the early trouble he had in that race. Now, unfortunately, that was a race that was marred by an incident which affected Mindframe, who is, without question, whether you like him or not, one of the top horses in the country, and we never got a chance to see what he could do in that race. But Sierra Leone's Whitney was extremely good, and he's obviously a very good horse, but so is Fierceness, so is Mindframe, and there's a 3-year-old out there that's pretty good too. I don't think you've heard of him, but he might make an impact on this Breeders' Cup.
Oh, wait, did he win the Derby, the Belmont, the Jim Dandy, and the Travers?
Maybe.
That's going to be the favorite, Sovereignty, that is going to be a load and will be the favorite in the Classic. And probably, I would think, a pretty heavy favorite, don't you think?
Yeah, I think he'll
Even
be a
with
bit
a
overbet. Yeah,
Classic
I
winner?
think he'll be overbet. He's got all the hype. I don't think Kylan Falls is running. I think I heard that he's out.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's official, but somebody knowledgeable had mentioned that to me, and Frosted could run it here, the mile, you know. But listen, right now, Fierceness, Sovereignty, and Sierra Leone are probably the biggest 3 dogs. But Forever Young belongs in that conversation as well. His performance last year was highly underrated.
And horse who was on that Classic path for a while, that's Nisos, going to be headed to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile instead. Pratt will have this mount as well for Baffert.
I was going through the PPs of prospective runners of the mile this morning. I think Mysos is going to take a whole lot of beating, but you do have to be a little concerned, right? He missed the Pacific Classic. He didn't even get nominated to the Goodwood. So is he going to come into this race ready for a top effort? If he does, he's going to win, in my opinion.
Sort of put my faith in Bob Baffert that he'll be ready to show up with his A game.
I mean, you know, people, I understand that Bob is a lightning rod for criticism. Some deserve, most of it not deserved. And in my opinion, I know you agree, one of the greatest trainers, especially with dirt horses, in the history of this game. And Bob is not a trainer that runs horses just because he feels like I need to be there on big days. If he doesn't feel Nisos is doing well, he won't run him.
Look at the group that is going to line up against him. Stablemate Citizen Bull. Full Serrano, back for more locked, pointing to this one.
Full Serrano, I mean, his mile last year was sensational.
Yeah.
I think he didn't get as much credit. It was like the last race of the day. And, you know, I think it just didn't get noticed as much as it should have. And his races at a mile are extremely good. He's a major player, whether Nisos is in it or not.
And White Barrio, interesting.
His
to cut
miles
back.
are bad, except if you go back to 2022 Cigar Mile where he ran well. He's such a funny horse because you know he's got huge talent. He just doesn't seem to show it that often.
Speaking of Pratt, we're going to see him on the Rail Runner in race 2 for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Kuliana debut was 5.5 on the grass, stretched out on a race that came off the turf. First time going long on the grass today.
$6,600,000 not $1,600,000 not a minute $1,600,000 bid now bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 not anybody else $650,000 not a minute $1,650,000 not a half $1,600,000. Thank you.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, join Maggie Wolfendale and Acacia Clement for thrilling steeplechase racing from the Bar Hills Race Meeting in New Jersey. Jump racing topped off by the American Grand National. Watch and play Saturday noon Eastern on FS2. Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
That's the only thing I ever wanted to do in my life. So I think since I was a kid, since I was like 10 years old, I was, just wanting to be a jockey.
Jockey Luis Rivera Jr. got his start at a young age where he attended jockey school in Puerto Rico.
It was a nice experience because you get to start all the way from the bottom to the top, like from walking horses all the way to breezing horses. And it showed you a bunch of stuff with the game, being from a country that has like a lot of good riders. It makes you feel awesome, being part of the leagues of jockeys, My whole life, I always wanted to come to the United States. No matter what track I'll be riding in, I just wanted to come to the United States to ride. Since I started watching racing, since I was young, my whole life I was aiming, to be here.
Can Lady Milagro get there? A 16th to go. It's Lady Milagro. She's still up by 2.5. Lady Milagro at 51-1. Lady Milagro, Luis Rivera Jr. pumps his fist. 51-1 shot in the autumn days.
As soon as I passed the wire, it was the greatest feeling of my life because winning a stake is another feeling than winning any other race. Right after the wire, whenever I stopped the horse, I took a moment just to look at the sky and thank God because, man, it was a long way to get here, and it feels awesome.
Rivera Jr.'s dream was to be a jockey at a young age, and he had some strong jockey role models to learn from.
I grew up next to the track, and my dad was a jockey, but every single day after the races, he called me because, he rides from Monday to Thursday. So whenever I'm riding, he's free, and the only thing he's doing is watching my races. And after every race, he texts me, oh, you did this good, you did this bad. He always trying to teach me how to be a better jockey after every single race. The best feeling is riding with your dad. No matter if you got the worst horse in the race, it's another feeling to ride with him. That was the best thing in racing. I have won stakes, I have won a lot of races, but I just want to beat him. That's all. I just want to beat and show him who's the best. I already knew this is what I wanted to do since I was a kid. So I know this is my passion. I can't imagine being more than a month without riding horses. This is what I really like. I really like the adrenaline whenever the gates open. I like the adrenaline during the race. I like the adrenaline in the turf races whenever you're swerving in and out horses. Is another feeling. Maybe I haven't achieved all my goals, but at least I made it. One of my goals since I was a kid was to become a jockey, and right now I'm living out of it, so it feels great. It feels amazing.
He's impressed a lot of people, not just with his talent, but his work ethic. He got injured at Saratoga. He was in an ambulance, went to the hospital to get checked out, came back 12 hours later with a sore hip to work Torpedo Anna for Ken McPeak.
No, he's a terrific young rider and an even better young man as well. And, you know, the problem is this colony is stacked with some of the best, not just the best riders in the game, some of the best riders in history. And it's very hard for him to get the choice amounts. A trainer like Kenny McPeak has a lot of confidence in him. He's ridden on a lot of horses. And I'd love to see him get a chance to shine because I do believe he's a very good rider. I just think he's overshadowed by riders who are very good that are going to get better opportunities. But I do believe that Luis is an excellent rider.
What about, as we send it down to Mig, being able to learn from some of the best in the game, like a Pratt, like an Arad Ortiz Jr., Mig?
Yeah, I think it's so important to ride with good riders to improve. You're going to pick up good habits. Just observing them in the room, how they go about preparation, the races they watch, their workout regimen, their diet regimen, the way they handle themselves, you know, personality-wise. You know, Eddie Maple was a great mentor to me because I'd watch Eddie and he would stay so even. He wouldn't get too high when it was good, wouldn't get too low when it was bad. Where I had more of a tendency to mercurial. I'd, you know, win 3 and I'd be over the moon. I'd get beat on 3 favorites and I'd be down in the dumps. Eddie just had a way of approaching it that it was a reason they called him Steady Eddie. So important to ride with good riders, but the flip side of it is just what Andy's saying. You're not going to get the pick of the mounts, the choice mounts. You're going to have to scrap, win on some horses that people don't think are going to win, start gaining attention. But I think if you have any aptitude to be a rider, riding with better riders is going to make you the best you can be. And looking at this group of 2-year-olds here, guys, we'll start with the one, Kuliana, who was, you know, ran okay on turf sprinting first time. Looking at him from a physical perspective, he definitely will appreciate stretching out, I believe. He did stretch out on the dirt, but now maybe it's the Goldilocks effect, right surface, right distance, everything is just right. He has been a handful, I will say, in the paddock. Tough to get the tack on. They had to make up the tack, meaning the valet brings it out with the pad, the saddle towel, everything in place, and you throw it up on the horse and cinch the girth up on the walk. He looks like he's settled now nicely now that he has the tack on. The 2, Twirling Lad, getting back to turf, really liked his first turf effort. Looks terrific. Horatio De Paz does great work, extremely well turned out. And then the 6, Fazone, first-time starter from George Weaver. Could not look any better from a physical perspective. And again, a horse training in Saratoga. We're getting those colder nights, heading towards, you know, the weather changing. But his coat is magnificent. Couldn't be more resplendent, rich, hydrated. I have to assume that he hasn't shown a lot of speed in the mornings for George to start him out at 1 1/16, particularly as good as he's been with turf sprinters. But worth talking about just how good he looks from a physical perspective, guys.
7-2 for an incredibly dangerous barn with youngsters on the grass. George Weaver, Fazone the 6. And we'll have Manny Franco aboard.
Yeah. We think of George. George can win with firsters going long, and he's done it, and he did it this summer with Bloomington as well. It does feel like he has some better success with sprinters as well, but this one, it's an odd pedigree with Fazone, right? The Dam was a good turf runner. She won 5 of 17. Not a superstar, more of a lower-level horse, but a talented runner. Her production has been that good, and I just don't know if Game Winner is going to be a sire you can count on as a turf stallion. Though I always thought Game Winner was a really good horse that if he didn't have issues, could have turned out to be a very good horse. So maybe he will be a good sire.
Well, here's one of the 2 from Horatio De Paz barn. Tim and Sam, the 3. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be back aboard this afternoon. And the last time we saw him going long on the grass, second start of his career, third behind a pretty good one for Miguel Clement named Caroline Street Beat.
I think one of the reasons both you and I picked Tim and Sam in here is that he lost to Caroline Street Beat, who we like Caroline Street. We've had some fun down there, you and I, for many years. And me many more than you, because I grew up in Saratoga. But that horse, we're looking forward to coming back in one of the stakes. I think he's in the Central Park to me. Pretty good runner, and I thought this horse ran fine in there. I prefer that horse to the other De Paz, who the public's betting more on, Twirling Lad. Not that horse can't win. I picked that one second. I think you did as well. But I thought that horse was sitting on top of a fairly moderate pace in what I don't know was that strong a race, where I thought Tim and Sam came out of the better race.
Yeah, I think we're in agreement there. As for the 2 Twirling Lad, there were 3 next out winners out of that race, but they all went on dirt in that next start. So tough read as you see Pratt get a leg up on Kuliana, who in terms of turf stretching out of the grass. Did stretch out on a race that came off the turf last start.
Yeah, Jeremiah Englehart's numbers on the turf stretching out from sprints to routes. Now, that's not technically the case with this horse because it has the dirt race in the middle, but his numbers are not strong. And you and I were talking about earlier in the show today. I know it's Flavien Prat, but, I mean, I didn't see this horse do any running first time out. Doesn't mean the horse can't improve, but Jeremiah often gets them ready to go first time out.
Post parade coming up, approaching the 6-minute mark to post. And we'll kick things off with Pratt for Englehart. Kuliana, start number 3.
And speaking of pedigrees, Wow handled the turf. You were talking earlier, the second dam was good. I think Mark Hennig, the trainer of Wow.
Yeah, second dam was grade 1 placed on synthetic, but was a stakes winner on the turf at a mile. The 2, Twirling Lad, the favorite for Horseshoe de Paz.
I'm surprised this is the one they're going to do as the favorite, but certainly a contender as the odds are getting more narrow between the two.
The stablemate, Tim and Sam.
Another rider, you got Carmouche and Santana, both of them riding incredibly well at this meet.
Zip for Rick, turf debut.
Not a lot to recommend, being ridden by our buddy Rajiv's brother.
You're looking good. Amelia Green debuted at a mile and a 16th on the turf.
If you're looking for a price, maybe take another look at this horse who could have been compromised by a slow pace in her lone turf start.
Here's Manny Franco for George Weaver Fazone.
Speaking of riders having great meets, Manny is at the absolute top of his game right now.
25% win percentage at the meet. Then rein it in, David Duggan with the man you just saw the feature on, Luis Rivera Jr.
The trainer of his dam all over the map, Ray Handel, will be joining us for an hour on tomorrow's show. Remember that horse paying a big price at Belmont, winning on the dirt. It's a dirt horse. You got the sire, King for the Day, more of a dirt sire, so there's not a lot of pedigree.
Yeah, King for a Day, his dad 0 for 17 with his turf routers, 0 for 8 with his turf sprinters.
Do you know what his claim to fame as a racehorse was?
Yes, beat Maximum Security.
First horse to finish ahead of Maximum Security, forgetting about the stewards. Beat him in, I think, like one of those preps, like the Long Branch,
right?
Or one of the preps for the Haskell. There's Horacio. Wait a second. Is that the angle, or is Horacio growing a mustache?
He has a mustache now.
Really? It's a whole new look for him.
It is.
Very debonair.
Or is it his twin brother?
If he gets a mustache, do you have to wear like an ascot with that too? I think he's got to really change the whole look. Good guy. Terrific young trainer.
And he's got maybe the 2 horses to beat in this field with the 2 Twirling Lad and the 3 Tim and Sam.
Yeah, I like Richie to talk to him about that mustache. I want to get to the bottom of what's going on with that. And he's obviously in a great position. And these are, if you're a trainer, obviously you have 2 in a race and they're the first and second choices. It's a good position to be in until they cross the wire and neither one of them win. And then you're realizing, what did I do wrong here? But they are not just the one, but they are the 2 horses to beat, I think, at least in our opinion.
Yeah. We agree on the other one, but it's this one the public is back pretty much throughout, and who the morning line maker put on top as well. Twirling Lad, second time on the grass, and it was a little wide in that race against a horse who went gate to wire, first time out in Truman's Commander.
But I just thought a moderate pace, and I'm typically against ones that are sort of in very comfortable spots. And that's not to say that Tim and Sam was on top of a pace that was particularly fast either, to be fair. I just prefer the race that Tim and Sam comes out of. We'll find out if I'm right. And we'll also see these are a different course, and I've heard some talk that maybe there's a little bit more give in the outer turf than the inner, and we'll see. I think, a race like this on a firm course would probably go in the 43 to 44 range. The 2-year-olds' paces usually aren't that quick. Interesting to see what the pace is, because while we're listing it as firm, we did have over an inch of rain, right, between Sunday evening and during Monday. So I'm interested to see if there's some give, because the courses aren't going to dry the same way. It's still nice out, but it's not quite as warm as it was a couple weeks ago or even a week ago.
Let's check in downstairs with Mig.
Yeah, guys, we're going to start talking about the 2 and the 3, both Horatio de Paz's runners. Now, it's funny you brought up his mustache, because the first thing I did was walk up to him in the paddock and say, wow, you're really sporting a mustache now. I wonder if he spends more time grooming that mustache than his horses, in fact. He looks good, though. The 2 Twirling Lad, liked him in the paddock. Makes sense on paper. Obviously, he's your favorite. Love the way he warmed up. Think there's a lot of positives there. Tim and Sam didn't make as much of an impression in the paddock. Certainly liked him on the racetrack. Obviously, another major player. But the horse that completely changed my mind once he hit the track, and he was more my second tier kind of horses, right? When I handicap the races on paper, I make my final adjustment after, seeing what I see on the racetrack. And the 5, you're looking good. Well, he is looking good. And the way he framed up under Jaime Rodriguez, he just completely won me over. I thought his first race was sneaky good. I thought he ran okay, certainly something to build on. Put a line through the dirt try, and he wound up being my top pick because you're getting 7-1 on a horse that I think that's just a strong price for a horse that I think is a contender and could not look better from a physical perspective.
Thank you, Mick. See what happens here coming up. This one has been favored throughout. Kendrick Carmouche on Twirling Lad. And a second opportunity to go in a mile and a 16th on the turf here for Horacio de Paz.
I agree with what Richie said, though. He mentioned the 5 and that he could be an interesting horse. Like I said, if you're looking for a bit of a price, I'm not against the favorites, but I think the 5 might be the one in here that has a chance to outrun his odds. For Amelia Green, who's, she had a tremendous start to her career training. I mean, after going out on her own, because obviously working for Todd Pletcher, she had a lot of success there. She's just not getting a lot of credit for it. And then she kind of had a bit of a slow period. Every trainer goes through a slower period. But since the end of Saratoga, her horses have been running very, very well.
Got her first Saratoga Stakes win this summer as well.
And it will be the first of many, and I think we all agree.
Yeah, very talented trainer that Todd Pletcher had said in the feature we've shown on her quite a bit that he had to make some concessions to keep her around for an extra year because he knew the plan was to go out on her own, and he wanted her as long as he could have her. 7-5 favorite, Twirling Lad. The 2 here is Pratt on Kuliana for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Early pick 4 on this Thursday card. Belmont of the Big A begins right here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. We send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Twirling Lad goes in. Tim and Sam. Zip for Rick. Unsettled there is Kuliana. Flavien Pratt out of the saddle. Flavien Pratt trying to climb aboard here as they get the 1. Kuliana more settled. Still 3 out. There's You're Looking Good. Goes in. Pazzone. Rein it in. All set. And they're off. Kuliana off a step slow towards the inside. The speed is Twirling Lad right out towards the front, and Tim and Sam in hot pursuit is right there a close-up second. Joining them from the outside, You're Looking Good will now tuck in behind as a shared third with At the Rail. That's Kuliana moving forward. At the Rail is now 4th. Just behind them, it's a tight hold here for Fazone. It's in the 5th position towards the outside, Rein It In, and the trailer at the back end of the field, that's Zip for Rick. They work into the turn, and they're chasing Twirling Lad. Kendrick Carmouche and Twirling Lad, they're up by a length. Tight hold here for Tim and Sam as they went through that opening quarter in 23.39. They work to the backstretch, and the favorite in Twirling Lad is the leader. 3/4 of a length back right there in second. That's Tim and Sam. A tight hold here for Santana Jr. starts to cut into the margin. Kuliana saving on the ground is At the Rail. Is taken 3rd as a neck in front of You're Looking Good. Jimmy Rodriguez in 4th. Shoved along. At the Rail, Fazone. Nowhere to go. Is in the 5th position with Rein It In 6th. And the trailer, Zip for Rick. 48-4 for the half-mile time. Twirling Lad is still there. Twirling Lad will start the sprint into the far turn, and right there is Tim and Sam, has been there the entire journey. Kuliana, no move yet. At the Rail, just waiting for room. Out towards the outside, You're Looking Good. Now ask the question. They're the leading 4. Twirling Lad is shoved along to try to keep the advantage and hugs the rail and kicks for home. Right there, Tim and Sam is ready to pounce. Kuliana got off the rail, is in hot pursuit, but the front two quickly put 2.5 on the rest of the field. Tim and Sam has put a nose in front. Not going away is Twirling Lad, who comes right back towards the inside. Kuliana's trying to catch them both. Tim and Sam to the outside, trying to put away Twirling Lad, who keeps fighting back. They are head and head, nose and nose. Tim and Sam gets the advantage. It's a photo. It got very tight at the line there. Tim and Sam to the outside, Twirling Lad to the inside, Kuliana. Then you're looking good in 1 minute 44.62 seconds.
Horseshoe to pause, 1-2. It's Tim and Sam, the better price at 7-2, beating the 6-5 favorite.
I am stunned that the 2 was 6-5 and the 3 was 7-2. I can understand, I mean, and the finish suggests they should have been about the same price in here, but I don't really understand why there was such a disparity in price between these two, and the bigger price got it done with the outside trip. Santana outgaming Twirling Lad. It seems like it, and the new stash. See, now here's the problem.
It's good luck.
It's never going to leave. He's going to have that ridiculous look forever. I'm really sorry.
I
I'm
like
not down
the
there to
look.
make I love Horacio. He's a good man.
3-2-1-5. Yes, 7-2. There is no reason there should have been this much disparity.
Crazy, right? And I think that the time of this race suggests this course, as somebody suggests to me, is firmer than the outer course. Now, I'm going to ask Craig Mulkowski, who is the sort of the unofficial, official timekeeper for horse racing, and somebody who's hard work and making sure that races are timed correctly should never go unnoticed. Tireless work from Craig. I'm going to have to ask him to take a look at that race, but maybe there's a lot more give on the outer. We'll see as races continue during the afternoon.
3-2-1-5. Horseshoe to pause. 1-2 here in the second. Bigger price with the win. Tim and Sam at 7-2 with Ricardo Santana Jr. Pick 4 underway. Prices when we come back. Stablemates battle to the wire in the second.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, brought to you in part by a legendary Claiborne farm. 100 years doing the usual unusually well. Race 2, mile and a 16th on the turf. Stablemates for Horseshoe Indianapolis battle to the finish, and it's Tim and Sam, the better price, who wins at 7-2 over the 6-5 favorite. Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, so pleased to be joined by Horacio, the mustache de Paz. Horacio, both your horses ran winning races, the two twirling lad, but Tim and Sam gets the nod. What's that like for a trainer? You prepare your horses and have the two of them coming down to the wire together.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have similar styles. I think Twirling Lad, last time that horse got loose on the lead, and he kind of just stayed where he was at, so he needed to be placed forwardly, which Kendrick did a good job. And then Tim and Sam, the opposite. He was in front last time and kind of, lost focus down the lane, so we had to switch that around. You just hope that they don't kill each other going on the front end, going too fast. But, Ricardo's a professional rider. He said he had to, steady him around the turn, and he's like, I didn't want to put him up there to, kill the other horse either. So, and they both knew their jobs.
The only thing that could have been better would have been a dead heat. You'd have had two winners. But you've really your stable continues to grow and build, and you've just got such a nice client roster. It's got to be pretty satisfying for you.
Yeah, it is. We're staying competitive, and horses are doing well. For whatever reason, I have a lot of turf horses, so hopefully, we continue to build.
I got to ask you, though, about the mustache now. More grooming than your horses?
I think I had a horse that won at Laurel, and since it won, I was like, I'm not going to take it off. So we've been on a good roll since. So I guess once we start going on that slump, we'll take it off.
Well, I think it looks good, but guys, there it is. Your superstition in this game runs rampant. Yeah. If you're winning, don't change anything.
I'm with you. Whatever works, like the rally hat in baseball.
He looks like a secret agent, kind of, with the dark light. There was something on one of the broadcasts, I think, of one of the games about the rally hat. They're talking about how they feel the rally hat actually makes a difference.
It's incredible. It gets momentum on your side, no question. $9.78 for the win. Again, it's amazing the disparity between these two.
Not just disparity, and I know the horse won, but we did like this horse. This horse was almost the exact same price as the 1. I don't know how you look at the 1 and the 3 and think they should be similar prices.
Race 3, it starts the pick 6, 1-turn mile, claiming race, $17,000 claiming tag. It is non-winners of 2 life in this group. And currently, 5-1 is going to change on Spirit of Esther. She's currently 3-1 on the board here.
I agree, and I think one of the, maybe even the morning line favorite, Twirly scratching, obviously, you have to be careful with that morning line. I don't think that's the fact Jack is going to be a short price by post time, but a lot of Jacks getting their bets in early.
No. 1 for 21 lifetime likely will not be. We're going to look ahead at some weekend action coming up. We hope you join us for the Sands Point this weekend, mile and 1/8 on the turf. 3-year-old fillies. And Ready for Candy, Paradise City, Decadent will get reunited.
And the 4 as well. Griseldo finished 4th. I don't know how you look at this race and don't think that Ready for Candy is a week and a half the horse to beat in here. She ran so much better than the others. She had a worse trip than the others, and she still won the race. The horses that ran 2nd and 3rd spent almost the whole race on the rail. She made the move into a pace that collapsed. She was wide for much of the race. Griselda got a good trip, and she had no finish at all. I know it's a narrow margin at the finish, but to me, Ready for Candy is a horse that is ending the year in the right way and could be a real player of the division next year. She's 2-1 on the line. I think 2-1 would be a steal on her.
So this was at a mile. It's going to be a mile and 1/8, but she was even more impressive, breaking her maiden figure-wise at a mile and 1/8.
Yeah, where she did run off on the front end, and a slightly different story, but I couldn't have been more impressed with her effort. To be interested, honest with you, the horse that I'm a little interested in is another horse, and there's Fast Market, who ran so well to break her maiden last time. Listen, one race can be different from another one, but based on what we saw last time, Ready for Candy should be a strong favorite, and the second choice of the line, Pretty Picture. I don't get her at all. I know it's Chad Brown, but she beat a bad field when she broke her maiden the turf, and then she ran the dirt last time out. I hate to jump on a favorite, but to me, in a card that I thought was very interesting, it's a fun card. There's 10 starter races named for a lot of our heroes in the past, including one of Richie and my favorite horses, Creme de la Fête. And then you've got the Sands Point. This is the race that might have the most likely winner as a favorite.
It's coming up on our Saturday coverage, race 7, 3:25 Eastern. We're going to take a timeout. Showed you a little bit of what Flavio Prat will do in the Breeders' Cup. He'll be on the reigning Breeders' Cup Classic winner. He's now got to deal with this horse, Sovereignty. King of the 3-year-old division. Is he your horse of the year? A win November 1st would lock it up. We'll have a preview ahead.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at nairabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
When I was growing up in Venezuela, you know, the only race we were able to watch was the Kentucky Derby. Just my dream, just to ride in the Derby.
I saw Junior riding in Chicago, and what we were looking for was a young rider with a lot of potential, and he fit the bill.
Junior sort of became the stable rider. We run a lot of horses, and we can't always get the leading rider or the Eclipse Award winner for every horse we have, so it's nice to have a good, solid rider and somebody that you can work with.
I've been working for him for over 13 years. I've never worked for a jockey that has been more professional than he has.
When I first walked to Mr. Mud Barn, you know, I was just coming from Arlington, and this Hall of Famer with, you know, those nice horses. I couldn't really process at that time that I was going to be able actually to get through it and be the main jockey.
Olympiad gets the gold. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Just FYI in Junior Alvarado.
Cody's wish, and this beautiful racing story continues. They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
I was watching from the box with Belmont, and we were so confident in this horse that we were relaxed. It's hard to believe, but it's true.
He sits with me, win, lose, or draw. It doesn't seem to make any difference.
Was the ultimate. I mean, I've won 3 derbies, but this one had so much more meaning because I did it for Belmont.
Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado in the Belmont Stakes.
Used to being able to celebrate with the team that I've been working for the past 13 years. I don't think it gets better than that. You know, it was meant to be, and it's almost more like a family.
When it comes to winning a Triple Crown race, a Belmont or whatever it is, I think we're going to be happy and jubilant no matter who we win it with. But it does make it a little special if it continues on with the team that you started out with. You want to stay with the girl that you brought to the dance.
Been such a great partnership, and really satisfying to see these two have this moment with Sovereignty, with how long they have been together.
Yeah, I think sometimes you lose sight of a trainer like Belmont, just how great a trainer he is. Not that often, because he consistently wins big races, but, you know, he gets a chance now to be in a big stage, and I don't think there's any trainer, especially with a good horse, that knows what to do with them. And his training, obviously, with this horse has been a perfection. And, you know, Godolphin started giving him horses again, and I've talked about this before about Bill getting horses again. It's worked out well for Bill, but I think it's worked out even better for Godolphin.
No question, one of the best to ever do it in the history of this sport, and he has been masterful with Sovereignty, who, imagine this horse, which we think should happen with a horse of this caliber, even growing up, maturing a little more, and getting a little better in his next performance in the Breeders' Cup.
Right. The problem for a lot of the other horses is if he runs his Travers, even if the others run their very best race, it might not be good enough to beat him. And given that, it's a little over 2 months, effectively 2 months, 2 months and a week, he can very easily improve. If he improves on his Travers performance, and listen, nothing is a fait accompli, but if he improves off that race, I don't care how well the others run, they're in a lot of trouble. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, and I'm going to try to beat him, because I think he's going to be a little over bet, but maybe not. Maybe he's just going to be too good for these horses.
He has pulled off something no one in the history of the sport has. Derby, Belmont, Jim Dandy, and Travers. How's he been doing in his training leading up to the Breeders' Cup Classic? Let's bring in Acacia Clement.
Well, he had his last workout on Sunday, Greg, as we did cancel racing here down at the Big A. The storm hit Saratoga a day later, so Sunday actually turned out to be a beautiful day where Sovereignty worked in company, technically, yes, but he just left that workmate behind incredibly easily, going 59-4 in a pretty quick work with Bill's assistant and Sovereignty's regular exercise rider, Neil Posnanski, aboard. He always works him, even when Junior Alvarado is in town. And he is a horse that we really got a chance to see thrive over the summer. He was one that had really just improved. We talked about how much better he was training going into the Kentucky Derby, taking that onto the Belmont as well. And then now seeing him in the latter half of his 3-year-old season, he's only continued to develop and to improve. He is an absolute tank of an animal as well when he walks by, as he's on the other side of the barn where my husband is stabled in Saratoga, so get to see him quite often. And he just has this presence about him as he walks by and as he trains. It's really special to see. I think he's been a lot of fun for racing fans. And again, seeming like he's continuing to improve, which is pretty exciting going into what I think is an absolutely stacked field in at the Breeders' Cup Classic, and excited to see if he can do it against older horses, Greg.
Well, we had Torpedo Anna last year, and we have more on her story coming up a little bit later on in the program, but he's taken over the torch as the big story in racing this year.
And deservedly so. I mean, obviously the Kentucky Derby winner is always going to be as big a story as there is in racing for whatever reasons, even when they're not quite as good. But to do what he did, winning the Belmont, winning the Travers, but also the way he's improving with every start, the way he's getting more professional, he's putting himself more in the game. He doesn't feel like a horse that's necessarily pace dependent. I mean, I think you compare the Sovereignty we saw up in Saratoga to the Sovereignty we saw even in the Kentucky Derby. It's a completely different horse. I mean, a better horse and a more professional horse. Like I said, I'll probably be a wise guy and try to beat him, but I'm not sure it's not a fool's errand.
He's been that good and gotten that much better, as the year has gone on. And we would think, again, in the hands of one of the greatest trainers of all time, we're going to likely see the best Sovereignty we've seen to this point. We would love that in the Classic. Race 3 starts the pick 6, 1-turn mile. Now winners at 2 life, and this is Spirit of Esther. Manny Franco will ride maybe the speed of the field.
Well, it's something that you and I had talked about earlier in the handicapping show. And it's going to come down, I think, to who's more aggressive between Manny Franco and Furry Fox and Ricardo Santana. And obviously who breaks the cleanest, assuming a clean break, because both of these horses figure to be forward in this race. I don't think we're going to see any kind of blazing pace duel, however.
Well, let's go back down to Acacia.
And the horse that is currently favored is one with speed, and that's Spirit of Esther to the rail for Ilkay Kantromasi. And this horse was second to She's Complicated, who was the heavy favorite that day, and she was forward as well. And just this horse ended up being second best in that spot. So her speed certainly, I think, to her advantage. I think with Manny Franco and the way that he rode her last time out, not to mention her post position today, being drawn to the rail like she has been in her last couple of starts as well. It almost feels like with the way she's drawn, the options are clear. Go to the front, be aggressive, and maybe Furry Fox at one point did have some speed, but she is off the layoff as well and drawn to the outside. I would imagine Spirit of Esther should be forward. Speaking of Furry Fox, she does come back off of layoff, not having run since January. She is outfitted with an extension blinker over her right eye. I wasn't in the paddock last time, so not sure if that's something she's worn before, but watching her last race with previous connections, she did kind of hustle out to the front end, and then as she was fading, her stride kind of shortened, and she was leaning in and out a little bit. So I'm wondering if that is the reason for the equipment. It's a shortcut blinker over the left eye and then fully covered with that extension blinker over the right. She's also been accompanied by the pony here in the paddock, and I do remember from my notes early on in her career, she was actually a late scratch at the beginning, having dropped her rider once in a warm-up. So she can be a little bit of a handful prior to her races. So far, so good. She is fit in that there's no excess. I just really would like to see her strengthen and put on some muscle mass, and certainly think that she will benefit from a race to do exactly that, though she is taking a significant drop in class from what she faced last time out. The number 4, Another Cliche, goes back to the dirt after a failed turf experiment last time out. She's definitely a dirt horse, and one thing I will say is that my complaint for a long time with her was just always that she never carried enough condition. She got really light in her barrel, and especially across her flank. This is probably the best that I've seen her look. This is certainly the best her weight has ever been. My one question is her stretching out to the mile. She is smaller and short coupled. I know that she was able to at least kind of handle against better the 7 furlongs, but not sure that she's necessarily built for the added ground, but does look like she's doing exceptionally well as of now, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're going to get to the post parade here coming up in a moment. 5-2 favorite remains the, I think, potentially the fast of the fast in here. Spirit of Esther has been quick in some turf sprints. Another Cliche, though, interesting, as you brought up when we spoke earlier on the handicapping show for Joe Sharp, first try on dirt off the claim.
You know, these claims can go either way. You claim from barns that don't win at a high percentage, and sometimes they're tough barns to claim from. Sometimes it's a very good move going forward. I like what Acacia said about how she feels the horse is doing well since that claim, but sometimes it's not necessarily physical. It becomes mental at that point. She was put in some tough spots where she was overmatched during her career before being dropped down. I picked her, but I feel like a little like she's an all-or-nothing horse. I think if she can shun to her better races. I mean, this horse that was running races pretty much fast enough to win this race to start her career as a 2-year-old. So if she can ever just refine that form, I think she's going to be tough, but you don't really know. It's a very mixed bag sometimes.
Meanwhile, long time away for the 3 Furry Fox. It's dropping class as well. The first start was the only time that the 3 sprinted. She hopped and got bumped out of the gate. She had no chance really to get to the front. Next 2 starts going a mile. She was on the lead in both. So she does have quickness, and it was the sloppy seal track effort where she really shined.
I mean, Ricardo Santana is a rider that does not take the speed away from his horses. So assuming a good break, she's figures to be forward in here. I don't think her last race was that bad. Those horses are just better than these horses, and she didn't run particularly badly. It was a race early in her 3-year-old career. The problem is her big win was in the slop, so you just don't know how much you can trust it. But you do know one thing. She's being trained by a very, very good trainer, but a trainer whose numbers off layoffs are okay, but not great. Michelle's horses often need a race off a layoff.
And you just saw
by design.
Michelle Nevin, chatting with her pilot, Ricardo Santana Jr. here, and we'll hop aboard this one, Furry Fox. And the fact, too, coming in sharp, or, off the layoff, you would expect to be very sharp out of the gate, off since January. So keep your eyes on this battle up front between the 1 and 3.
Yeah, and you know, it's. I don't think you're suggesting this. We're going to see some sort of heated battle between these two, but obviously, if one of them is able to shake loose from the other one, it might increase their chances a great deal.
Public, though, wow, siding pretty heavily right now with Spirit of Esther, 2-1 favorite, and then riders up. There's Santana. Just the outside three, even though they're taking a little bit of money, tough to feel too excited about.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously a big scratch of Twirly coming out, but Toxic Girls had her chances. Handle With You has had the chances, one for 16, one for 21, with That's the Fact, Jack. It feels like the winner is fairly likely to come out of the inside four, where the 2 Cha-Cha Ren is maybe an overlay.
Here's our post parade. We start with Spirit of Esther, who's a distant second behind. She's complicated last start.
The kind of horses I don't pick because they've had their chances, but maybe she's found the right spot.
Cha-Cha Ren, she was well behind Spirit of Esther and Toxic Girl last start.
If you like her, you're banking on her improving in the Noda barn for the first time.
Furry Fox, dropping class and off the layoff.
See how forward she is in this race.
Another cliche. Joe Sharp, second off the claim.
I like her, but 5-2 is getting a little skimpy for me.
That's the fact, Jack, 1 for 21 lifetime.
Yeah, has had some chances and just not really good enough to win here on paper.
Handle on You, Rudy Rodriguez barn.
Very similar to That's a Fact, Jack, in that regard.
And Toxic Girl was, what, about 4 1/4 lengths behind Spirit of Esther last start.
Right, and I couldn't find an excuse. She's more likely to win, I think, than the 2 inside of her, but not sure why she's a much bigger price than the 5 and 6. As the 4 goes to 2-1, it's a crazy price.
Pick 6, it starts here. We'll get back to this race in a moment. We're going to head over to Horseshoe Indianapolis in Shelbyville, Indiana. They kick off their card, 5.5 furlong sprinting in his state-bred maiden special weight. Fillies and mares 3 and up. Let's go to Rachel McLaughlin for more.
Thanks, Greg. Hey, guys, we've got beautiful weather here today. I'm telling you, it's just wonderful. Sun's warm, air's cool. I'm feeling good. Talk about this field really quick. The heavy favorite, Jordan's Deal, looking really good coming out of the paddock. And I text Tim Eggleston, her trainer, and he said, you know, they really have always thought that she was a really special filly. She's one of the barn favorites. I asked him why he dropped her down and is putting her back in maiden special weight, and he just wanted to give her a little bit of confidence by dropping her and then putting her back in here. She had a really terrible break last time, but closed really well, so he's really hopeful for this race. And I watched her in the paddock as you guys were, you know, setting us up here, and she did seem a little antsy. And then as she came out in the post parade, I said, she seems a little ornery. She's nibbling at the pony horse, and he said, yeah, she's a little anxious today, so keep that in mind. They're going to the starting gate here. I do want to let you guys know, if you don't follow Indiana, Randy Klopp is our leading trainer. He has won the opener every single day this week. Monday, a $57 horse for the leading trainer at the track. I think that's pretty awesome. Tuesday, it was a $6 winner, and then yesterday, an $11 winner, all in the first race, and he does have the 6 here. You know, Randy Klopp's a really great guy. He's had a wonderful Indiana breeding program, fast track, kind of got a bad trip last time in the slop. So, you know, he's just really looking forward to her moving up from that last place finish after that bad start. So 6 designer tag, a little bit of a long shot. And if you're superstitious and we're rolling Klopp success in the opener to today, you might want to put a few dollars on that one.
8-1 for start number 2 coming up after that awkward start in the debut.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you want to take somebody against the favorite, I'm not crying to do that, the 3 and 6, because they have only one start, it was both on a sloppy track, might be a little bit interesting. And the 7 has burned a lot of money, but also lays over this field to the extent that 3 to 5 could look like an overlay.
Dropped in for maiden 12-5 claiming last start, reared out of the gate, and wound up a distant second. Now hikes back up in class. See if the 8th time's the charm for the outside filly here, Jordan's Deal. John Dooley, the call.
7 wins at the meet. Designer tag, leading jockey Fernando Veracruz with 97 wins here this season. Jordan Steele 1-2, the first favorite. Hello to all on America's Day at the Races. One more. Mitch Marlin 7 times started. Jordan Steele loads 1-2, the first favorite. Sunny, fast and firm for today's card. They're in the gate. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. A long winter snap. Out to a lightning quick start there for Rodney Prescott. A long winter snap gets the jump on them. And a long odds leader for the run to the half-mile pole as Yo to Win pursues. Designer tag in the maroon cap. Jordan's Deal, after breaking a beat slow, fourth on the far outside, and looking to improve her position for Mitchell Murrell. Rumors are flying toward the inside with Seashell Sally Sells in tight quarters, and Maximum Spirit trails here in the Thursday opener. They round the far turn. The leader at 15-1, a long winter snap, took them through a quarter in 22.68 seconds. A move on the outside now by Yo to Win. Yo to Win up to a long winter snap on the edge of the quarter pole. Rumors are flying toward the inside. Jordan's Deal is wide with Designer Tag, Seashell Sally Sells, and Maximum Spirit on the front outside. These maiden fillies into the stretch. As they come down toward the final furlong, it's Yo to Win now for Evan Roman, and Yo to Win asserts. And she has the kick, coming clear from a long winter snap. Then rumors are flying. Jordan's Deal and Designer Tag, they're close to home, and it's Yo to Win. In her 12th run, Yo to Win was second to none. Takes it out by 7 from a long winter snap. Rumors are flying third. Designer Tag finished fourth.
0 for 11. She'd only hit the board once in her career. That was last time out. Third beat 10.5 lengths. 12th time the charm.
She was a little hard to like, but I guess if the 7 didn't run, which she didn't, anything was possible in here. Quite a performance by the 3-5-7 Jordan's Deal, by the way, who never ran a step. 1-5. I hope there wasn't a bridge jumper.
The odds were even, more.
Or that person may actually be jumping.
2-1-3 finish to kick off the card. Horseshoe Indy back to the start of the pick 6. Belmont at the Big A starts here in this non-winners in 2 life 1-turn mile. As we look at That's the Fact, Jack. Wow, board, they are all over another cliche.
Yeah, I'm not betting her at this price. I still believe she's the horse to beat, but I'm not taking 9-5 on her. But the board might be a positive. You know, when Joe Sharp gets bet, they usually deliver. So she runs. She's the horse to beat. I just don't want to take this price. I bet exactas. I'm going to try to beat the one. I bet a 4-2 and a 4-3.
He started out, Joe Sharp, this Saratoga Summer Meet on a tear.
Well, he brought a lot of live horses from Churchill, and I think they all ran their races. You know, there was a lot of talk about how tough the dirt racing was at Churchill, and I get it was more competitive. They run a lot more dirt races than we do. We run a lot more turf races. I don't think we saw horses from Churchill overachieving. I think they just ran their races, you know, and sometimes they calm the shippers and they don't run their races. But this summer, the Churchill horses that were live, they ran, and that certainly included Joe's horses. But Joe wins. I mean, this is not as a trainer that wins at a fairly high percentage. He's winning at 22% this year with over 500 starters.
Best year of his career by a long ways. Joe Sharp Barn. And most of the help has been with him from the very get-go.
And Jordan Wyckoff, who owns this horse, uses a lot. And Jordan, for people that aren't familiar, his father is, he and father involved with 3 Diamonds, but Jordan does claims a lot in his own. And Jordan's a friend of mine, a good guy, and he's in action too. Jordan, we like owners that not only own, but they bet.
Maybe a little part of the reason why this one's 9-5.
Maybe.
Pick 6 starts here. Not an easy sequence, especially if you happen to make it to the final race on the card. Probably the best betting race of the whole afternoon.
It's a wide open race. There's little doubt about it. The next race, we'll see what happens with the Angels.
Here we go. Pick 6 on this Thursday card begins right here. Chris Griffin, the call.
Another cliche. Moving forward. 3 out. That's the Fact, Jack. That's the Fact, Jack. Romero Murat. Handle on you. Toxic Girl to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Another cliche broke on top, but now towards the inside. Here comes Spirit of Esther and Manny Franco. Spirit of Esther, they're now ahead in front. Mild pressure to the outside from Furry Fox. Now a close-up second. Another cliche. Broke out on top, is back to third, switches towards the outside for a wide run. Then towards that outside is going to be Handle on You, very wide, Toxic Girl. Having a check there, and behind horses was quickly another cliche. Tapped on the brakes, is sitting in third, and a host of pursuers. They're sorting themselves out, and they're tightly bunched up the backstretch. The leader, Spirit of Esther, still a neck in front. Furry Fox towards the outside is second. At the rail, it's open for Cha Cha Ren. Moves on through, is tightly bunched there, joined by another cliche. Handle on You is 3 wide in that group. Toxic Girl is 4 wide in that group. And the trailer, that's the Fact Jack. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, 47-4 for a half-mile time. Spirit of Esther tries to widen the margin, is doing just that on Furry Fox, who's all in. Another cliche is under the drive here from third, is right in behind the leader now, has just glided to this pace setter who's still in front. Spirit of Esther still up by a length. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. The rest got to pick it up from the back, and Spirit of Esther is in hand. Another cliche is ready to pounce for Christopher Elliott, just looking for a way through, and it is now Spirit of Esther who kicks on. Spirit of Esther, the rail is tight here as another cliche is trying to come on through. There's no seam, now there is. Furry Fox has not given up the fight either. It still gets tight here for another cliche who just got bumped. Furry Fox might be the winner here towards the outside. Another cliche, though, battled on through finally. Another cliche with all the trouble gets up to win it. Another cliche over Furry Fox. Then came Cha Cha Ren late, followed by Handle on You in 1 minute 40.14 seconds.
Another cliche, the win. Life made maybe a little more difficult than it needed to be. Much the best.
Yeah, I'm going to say that Christopher Elliott made a choice here. Now, some may say covered less ground. The sheep players like that. But I'm going to say he got in some unnecessary trouble when he decided to cut in behind horses on the backstretch instead of stalking 3 wide. But gets the winner's circle first as she wins this one for Joe Sharp and gets through. A nice performance by the horse you like, Furry Fox, who ran well to be second here, able to put away the one despite that one sort of having the advantage. But got the job done, and he, give him credit. He was, man, there wasn't much room in there. Jeez.
Wow. Yeah,
he's got guts.
Force his way in. 4-3-2-6. That was not much room in there. But in the end, crosses the wire first as the 9-5 favorite. And the public was correct. I mean, this horse was so much the best.
I think she was. I mean, I know someone will say, well, she saved all the ground. I'm going to say she got in unnecessary trouble. A lot of horses don't even want to go through in there. I think if you tipped out 3 wide, he would have won for fun. But she won anyway.
4-3-2-6. Christopher Elliott, Joe Sharp, Jordan Wyckoff. Winning Connections here to kick off the Pick 6.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, another cliche. Boy, it was tight down on the rail, but she certainly was best in here, so I'm happy to be joined by her rider, Christopher Elliott. And as mentioned, not much room on the rail. She's not the biggest horse, but she was game for you, too.
Yeah, you know, she was game. Down the backside, she was fighting with me. Like, the more I'd grab her, the more she'd throw her head up, so I didn't want to have to take her back to go around, so it worked out.
Talk to me a little bit about the feeling in those moments. You have to have ice water in your veins and try to hope that you get an inside position. What was your thoughts going through in the stretch there?
Well, I knew I had enough horse under me. You know, you can only do that when you have enough horse. So she was trying really hard, and it worked out.
Certainly did. She got the win. And you were just telling me, drove back from Finger Lakes last night, riding at other tracks along with riding here at NYRA. What's the grind right now?
Yeah, just trying to win as much as possible, you know, keep making a name for myself. So that's it.
Well done, and a nice win here. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Greg?
Young man with a bright future. Of course, his father, Smarty Jones fame, Stuart Elliott. Won the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. And now passing on lessons learned to his son, who is trying to survive and doing very well on the toughest circuit in the game.
Yeah, no, you know, he's a young improving rider, and you can even feel there, you know, talking to Acacia, he realizes maybe I, you know, didn't have to go through on the inside. As he said, it worked out. It's okay. And I think we've seen a rider who has improved since he came here, and that's all you can ask for. He's a really good young man and has a future.
Here we go. We've not seen With the Angels for Linda Rice since November 17th of last year in her 2-year-old campaign, a perfect 4 for 4, including an 11.5 length debut victory where the word was out she had some talent. She's been very, very good, but a long time away.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're talking about a horse that even on her slowest figure, she's fast enough to win this race. And sure, for her fastest figure, her first 2 races, she's too fast for these horses. She's got to come off the layoff and get it done, and she's a very short price. And Linda Rice's numbers off long layoffs, not particularly strong. I think the Practical Love is a possible impediment for her, but you can't have any illusions. If she's improved at all from her 2-year-old form, she may just be too good for these horses.
Flavien Prat will be aboard for the long-awaited return. Yet 3-5 right now with the Angels, putting that perfect record on the line. We're going to take a timeout. We were all waiting for Gunsong to show us that cotillion performance when she gave Torpedo Anna all she could handle. Well, that win in the Bell Dame just might have been it. Now it's on to Del Mar.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
Another stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
a new danger from Gunsong towards the outside. Gunsong has had a nice journey. John Velasquez is ranging up to the favorite, and now Gunsong has put a nose in front. Randomize is trying to dig deep inside the final furlong in the Beldame. Gunsong is starting to stride away. Randomize is back to second. Margie's Intention is back for more. Gunsong is almost there. Gunsong wins the Beldame.
Good to see her get back in the win column. She'd shown, obviously, that the peak of her talent, battling Torpedo Anna in the cotillion back in her 3-year-old campaign.
She was an upper echelon 3-year-old last year. Has been a massive disappointment this year, but nice to see her get to the winner's circle. Good trip, slower race, not a race that's going to make her a contender in the Breeders' Cup, but it was nice to see her get the win nonetheless.
Look at who she'll line up against. There's a noticeable name missing, which we'll have more on in a moment, the reigning horse of the year. But Dorth Vader, who battled Torpedo Anna neck and neck at the personal ensign. Obviously, Bob Baffert's Seismic Beauty is probably a pretty overwhelming favorite, would you say, at this point?
She is. I think it'll be interesting because there's different stories on whether or not the good filly for Richard Mandela, whether she's going to run in this Copion. There's some talk she could run in there and not run the Breeders' Cup sprint.
Leaning sprint.
Yeah, but Tamara is still in the sprint as well for her. So if Copion comes in there, she looks like the main danger to Seismic Beauty. Seismic Beauty is clearly the horse to be. His horse is running figures just too fast for these horses. I think Dorth Vader's a little bit interesting in there as well, though. Her race against Torpedo Anna was better than her nose victory, but she still ran very well in that race.
Reigning horse of the year, it is official. We thought that was the case, and Ken McPeak had said they were leaning there. That was likely the end, but now officially that is it. Torpedo Anna, her career has come to a close. Horse of the year, so tremendous. Maybe her best performance in defeat in the Travers last year.
Oh, I don't think there's any question. The best race she ever ran was the Travers, and I think you see that a lot because a good horse getting stretched to do something and stretched to run their best race. Think about Songbird, the way she ran against Beholder. If that was, I've been critical of Songbird, but that was a tremendous effort by her. Whether she won or lost is really irrelevant to me. And I think with Torpedo Anna, to me, a lot of times, with her record and those kind of horses, they get a little overrated. I actually think that sometimes people don't appreciate just how good she was in some of her race. I think she's a horse that was better than her victories suggest. I thought her Kentucky, look at her Kentucky Oaks. She dueled with Ways and Means. She may not want to go a mile and 1/8, but she's a very, very, very good sprinter. She flicked her off like a gnat in a fast pace. The next race, she dueled with the previous 2-year-old champion, Just FYI, essentially ended that horse's career. They went 46-2. That horse was nowhere in there. She drew off to an easy victory. She won races in a better performance than it looks. And even after she tailed off a bit, because I don't think there's any argument that she was a better 3-year-old earlier than this year, she still won 2 Grade 1s this year. I mean, it's not like, and you look at it, after sort of her form tailed off a bit of the Travers, she won 4 Grade 1s, including the Breeders' Cup. She delivered. She was one. I know she had a couple bad races this year, and I don't think she was as good this year. But she was such a good horse, and I think that she's one that in some ways was a little bit underappreciated, or people didn't realize she was kind of better than her results, and that's rare for a good horse.
Incredible horse of the year. That is it for Torpedo Anna, but she gave us so much, and looking forward to see what she goes on to do as we take a timeout. Start of the late pick 5. When we come back with the Angels, undefeated, perfect 4-for-4 record, but a long time away with a 3-year-old debut. When we come back.
Jackie's Warrior, Elite Power on the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for 3rd today. At the 16th hole, Godite is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again.
875 down 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. As we get set for the late pick 5, approaching the 9-minute mark to post with the return of this undefeated filly, perfect 4 for 4 in her 2-year-old campaign, including 3 stakes against New York bred company. And this will be the first time she tries open company for the 3-year-old comeback. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And starting there with the Angels, she was dazzling as a 2-year-old against her New York bred foes, even able to handle stretching out to the mile, which, given the way that she's put together, maybe not even necessarily what she does prefer, but I think her class really helping her in there. And I know, given how she performed in that Maiden the Miss, there had been some conversations about potentially trying her in the Breeders' Cup. But reading some quotes from Linda Rice in the Daily Racing Form, she did say that she felt towards the end of the year, her training had dropped off, her coat had really kind of dropped away and changed, and she just hadn't been doing as well as she had earlier on in her career. Now, looking at her here, she does have a long layoff to contend with, not having run in about 11 months. She does look fit coming back. She hasn't grown a ton, but I do think that she's put on that weight and muscle mass. She's strong coming in. She's had quite a few workouts. She has been entered a couple of times as a main track only contender. So Linda kind of shopping around, I think, for some spots to bring her back. And she does come back, yes, in an allowance, but it is open company, and she will have to face some older horses, including her stablemate, who are far more seasoned than she. But she's handled herself beautifully so far in the paddock here, and looking like all systems go for a filly who was dazzling at the start of her career. Now, speaking of her stablemate, the number 5 Sarir, not a winning type. She's 1 for 15, but she has run some very fast races and in some very competitive races as well, facing Roswell and Sons of Parole last time out, where she was trying to press the pace of that favored pace setter and Sons of Parole there, and she just really looked like she was done early on against that field. While she does have her talented stablemate in here, I think that this is perhaps a touch softer spot overall. She is one that has tactical speed, which I certainly do appreciate, and she's one that I always like, the way that she's put together, the way that she acts. She's not kind of that fancy, flashy type of horse that grabs your attention. She just kind of shows up, does her job. She carries her weight great from race to race. And we'll see if she's able to get a little bit more comfortable and make a better account of herself in here today. I do think that the 6 Practical Love is incredibly interesting, though. Was beaten by Alieska, who looks very good last time out. 2 starts back, she did not have the best beginning either. Last time she went to the lead, but she has shown that she's not necessarily a need the lead type. She's pretty sharp here in the paddock, though, and she's one that I think has really continued to develop once they figured out that dirt sprinting is what she wants to do. Though she does have a little bit of size to her, I like the slight turn back to the 6 furlongs today. I like how she's really kind of prancing and dragging her groom around here in the paddock. I like everything about her thus far, particularly her demeanor, Greg.
See what happens for the comeback. Obviously, the big story, the undefeated filly off the bench, but we'll see if this one has shown talent. Practical Love, and this distance might be just what she needs to get back in the winner's circle.
I picked Practical Love. I like to go against a heavy favorite off a long layoff. No knock. The favorite's very tough to beat. But this horse that's run races fast enough to compete there if the 2 hasn't improved. And to let people know why the 2 with the Angels allowed in here, it's a non-winners of 2 lifetime, but it excludes races, including restricted races, and that's one of the beauties of New York breds. They can win the New York bred condition races, New York bred stakes, and then they can move into open company and go through conditions there.
Here she is, first start back since November 17th, the undefeated with the Angels for Linda Rice.
Yeah, obviously she was a very good 2-year-old, really one of the better 2-year-olds we saw last year. Can she come back and build on that as a 3-year-old?
Looks first. She actually has some okay races. She's a huge number.
She does. She'd need this race to fall apart, though, wouldn't she?
Sarir, the stablemate to the big favorite.
I don't think she should be totally dismissed. She's kept some pretty good company as a big price right now.
Practical Love, impressive maiden win, Saratoga this summer.
I like the cut back to 6 furlongs as well for her, and I think she's a major threat to the favorite.
And the one everyone has to catch, the speedy filly Crystal.
I agree with that, but I want to talk to you a little bit more about that, and I agree, and I know you like this horse. I don't like the trainer change to this horse from Mike Maker, but obviously she has good races. Don't you think that with the Angels, with Flavia and Bramley inside, isn't he going to look to go?
Especially coming in that
with the
off
post.
That kind of layoff fresh. Yeah, she's going to fire out, or you would think. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And here with Linda Rice, who does send out two, but of course the heavy favorite. Linda, let's start with the Angels. What have you seen from her coming back? She seems like the ultimate classy pro here in the paddock today.
Yeah, as a 2-year-old, she was mentally, she has a great mind. She was just a class act at all times. And, you know, it's been a long time since she's raced, so we're a little anxious, and she was so brilliant as a 2-year-old, so your expectations are high. So we just hope she runs a good race.
I know that she has some forward speed. She was able to come from off of it last time. How do you see the race playing out for her?
You know, I see two speed on the outside. You know, if we can stalk in third, I think that'd be perfect.
Or as far as her stablemate, Sarir, wanted to just ask quickly. I know she's not necessarily a winning type, but she's been the gem of consistency.
Yeah, she gets a check all the time. She tries hard. We haven't, I guess, found the right group for her yet, but she gives it a go.
Well, thanks for the time, Linda. Good luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
Should we even address that?
She's going to be in front, Linda.
Stalking in third with the Angels. Interesting.
Well, maybe, listen, maybe, I mean, I think, well, I think if you look at the race, that makes sense. She's saying that. I just wonder if coming out fresh, and you know the way Flavian rides, I think he'll look to be forward. Obviously, if the 7's aggressive, the 7's faster than her early. Yeah. But I'm not so sure that's going to be the case today. And I think Flavian, if he loses, is a little concerned with doing it from behind.
She looks like she's ready to roll for this comeback. But see what happens here after a long time away. 3-1 on both the 6 and the 7.
Well, your 7 just took a little pop, huh? The 7's good enough, but I also think that she took advantage a little bit of the way the racetrack was playing last time, and it might make her race look better than it was. And you're going from Mike Maker to a trainer who, you know, he's been struggling a bit this year. He's won a lot of races. His numbers off the claim aren't great. They're not terrible, but it's a big trainer change, and it's also not exactly a great positive rider change going from Ricardo Santana, to be fair.
No question. One of the top riders, certainly here in New York.
Should she be half the price of Sarir? I feel as though Sarir is being completely ignored. And, you know, some would say, well, maybe Linda entered Sarir to make sure the race went, but she could have scratched. She didn't. And I know Sarir didn't run well last time, but she's got a bevy of races that make her, I think, better than 7-1 to win this race.
I agree. 7-1 seems ridiculous here.
Right. I agree, and I think that she's a bit of an overlay. I also think Practical Love is a very fair price at 7-2 if you're looking for alternatives. And maybe after the race, it'll all be for nothing because with the Angels will win. But heavy favorites off long layoffs, they're a little bit tricky. I don't mind taking a shot against.
I like at least it's 6 furlongs.
Right, as opposed to a longer distance. Also, first-time Lasix for with the Angels. People don't understand. You can't use Lasix in either stakes or as 2-year-olds. So it's the first race time she's been in a race using Lasix. And I don't think it means she needs it, but I think most trainers feel that everyone else is using it. They should use it as well, and I can't blame them for that thought process.
So 4 wins from with the Angels, the 2, in her 2-year-old campaign by 26.5 lengths. But this will be, and there she is, this will be the first test again against Open Company.
Well, I think some of Linda's comments are kind of interesting, that she felt she might have been tailing off towards the end, because you could argue her first 2 races were the better 2 races that she ran, despite winning and winning in stakes. She was a little better earlier. Now, the questioning to ask is, okay, she gave her some time. She's been off 11 months. That's a little more than some time. So it's not like she came back in April or May. And I think that's a little bit of a concern. It's taken that long to get back to the races.
Let's go to Acacia.
It is certainly a concern with the Angels, but I have to say I was kind of leaning towards Practical Love in the paddock, but with the Angels framed up beautifully out on the track and won me over. Now, as far as the 7 Philly Crystal, who you guys were discussing, yes, she was able to control last time out and really never threatened by anybody, pulling away as much the best from her competition. It was a condition claiming race, and I think she's a little bit of a tough read because you see Flying P and Mike Maker claim her in April at Churchill for 80,000. Then she goes in for 30 off of a nearly year layoff. That claim is voided. She comes back in October after another layoff for 17,500, and she does get picked up that day. Now, she was moving well out there on the track. She looks like she's doing well. I just need to see it again overall. Greg?
1-4 favorite. The 2 with the Angels. Perfect record on the line for the 3-year-old return. Here's Chris Griffin.
All set. And And they're off. With the Angels, broke smoothly towards the inside, and a hard scent Philly Crystal wants to join that leader there 1-2. In between horses, there's Sarir, and to the outside is Practical Love in fourth. The Triller looks first. They work up the backstretch, and With the Angels is going to take back. Now takes back and just gets passed by 2 towards her outside, is now back to fourth as the leader is Philly Crystal. Philly Crystal has less than 4 furlongs to go, went 22.65 for the opening quarter mile. Sarir is in full pursuit, is right here from second. 3 wide is going to be Practical Love. After being taken back there, back to the 4th spot, With the Angels is now re-engaged, is at the rail, is now moving smoothly in behind the leader as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Philly Crystal's got the lead at the top of the stretch. Philly Crystal, Sarir, they're 1-2. With the Angels is called upon for her effort. The heavy favorite is making hard work of it so far, and now is in some traffic. Will have to move to the outside. Sarir is challenging to Philly Crystal. Here comes With the Angels, and now With the Angels is storming down the center of the racetrack, and With the Angels is going to dominate here and stride away. With the Angels, she's back. Sarir right there for second, then came Philly Crystal and Practical Love in 1 minute 10.46 seconds.
Did come from off the pace, and in the end, no question who was best. With the Angels now 5 for 5.
Tell you one thing, you wouldn't have wanted to have any money on her at 1-4. I kind of agree with Chris's call where he had some trepidation as well. But, I mean, once she got a seam, she just exploded through it. And what's a pretty fair race she ran, 110 2/5 coming off the layoff. This is a nice horse. I mean, obviously the tests are going to get tougher, and you can say she worked out a good trip, but I don't know. You know, he was aggressive early. The 7 went hard after, a smart ride by that rider. Flavia just dropped back and stalked behind horses. When he asked, she delivered. And the horse I like, the 6, she couldn't have been worse.
1-4 favorite.
Linda 1-2.
Yeah, how about that? And an impressive comeback off this long time away, and had to wait really to get that running room.
No, I thought this was a very good effort. You can say she worked out a very good trip in the end, but, you know, there were some anxious moments with her, but when it mattered, she really delivered. And, you know, we'll see her. Linda will be probably looking at New York bred stakes. She can try in non-winners of 2 other than race against Open, but you could have some ideas that this horse could be a real player here during the winter.
Wow.
New York breds and maybe even Opens. Nice start for the year for her.
2, 5, 7, 6 with the Angels. Perfect record. Remains intact now, 5 for 5. Hadn't raced since November. And really no doubt about this performance from off the pace. And interesting to see what she does tactically going forward, too, because she does have speed.
Right. I think she can be forward, and it gives Linda that option, right? She gets into a race where there isn't much speed. I think she can easily control on the front end. She gets into a race with plenty of speed, she can rate. I mean, that's a great situation to be in.
The Horseshoe Indy, race 2 6 furlongs, starter optional claiming race, even money favorite. On the outside, Night Kiss. Let's go to Rachel.
I don't know, guys, if we're going to be able to find an upset in this race. Night Kiss is just, she's so tough. I went down and talked to Tomas Medina, the trainer of this 5-year-old mare. And, you know, I said, everyone's in a really good joking mood down there today because he said, I said, what about your mare? He said, she's a pretty mare just like you. I always call myself here the Indiana bred mare because I've been at this track my whole life. But he also said, you know, I put her in that claiming for 8 because nothing else came up. He wanted to run her and keep her fit and at least get her a start in September. He looked for this $20,000 race, and he was a little worried he was going to lose her. She wasn't in for the tag. He didn't have to put her in for the tag, and then he came back and put her in this 20, came up perfectly. She's in the similar group. She's just too classy. I talked to Burgos. I said, what kind of mare is she? And he said, you know what? She's really chill, Rachel. She's very classy. She does get a little antsy in the gate, but once she gets out of there, she's all chill and knows her job and does it well. So I don't know if we can find an upset, but I did talk to Randy Klopp, our leading trainer, who I definitely jinxed in the opener after saying that he had won the opener all week. But he's got Joe Ramos aboard here on the 5. And I said, you know, she got bobbled at the start. She has some trouble braking, but Ramos seemed to get her out really clean last time. You know, what was the deal? And he said, no excuse, Rachel. Honestly, we just got outrun. Night Kiss is a really, really nice mare, and he's just hoping to keep up with her today. So right now the odds, 5-2 over 3-5. I mean, it's all the money's on the 8. Unless something crazy happens at the start of the race, I really think it's Night Kiss's race to lose. Another little long shot. I'm just going to let you guys know the 3 James Butcher brings here. This one's been at Ellis and is getting a much easier, coming from a $102,000 race to a $20,000 race. It just makes sense that this one's going to be included in the outcome here. But a nice group going postward. I just think it leads with Night Kiss, and who knows what it's going to be underneath. But she's definitely my top pick. I mixed in the 3 and the 1 on the rail. Will Do It Live. She put up a nice speed figure last time in that win. It was on the slop, and she is going to 20 here, but she's got that really nice early speed. If you see her not on the front end, you know you can just discount her from the race. So 8 for me, Night Kiss, as the horses are heading to the starting gate here at Horseshoe Indy for the second, guys.
Interesting 3-5 favorite, Greg, because Night Kiss has absolutely no speed. And those can be a little dicey. She did just win her last race at 10 cents to the dollar. I don't think We Do It Live has any chance at all, and I think that if you want a forward horse, Horseshoe, the 5 is probably where you want to go. But she did easily lose the favorite. But she might not have to deal with as fast a pace, though Will Do It Live does have some speed. And for my money, if you're trying to beat the favorite, you're trying to do it with the 5, Horseshoe. Not that I'm taking a big shot, and the public agrees at 5-2.
Yeah, look, she faced Night Kiss last time out. She was no match, but she was forward trying to do it on the front end. Night Kiss, she put together 4 wins in a row last year at Horseshoe Indy. Now she's trying to win her 3rd in a row on another streak here, 11 for 29 overall. Odds on 3-5. Let's go to John Dooley.
As with Shanghai Express taking her position in the starting gate. Now Comset, Fernando de la Cruz on the 7-year-old 6-time winner. Comset has moved in. Up comes Street Painter. Jose Gutierrez claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance with 43 career wins. Martin Garcia with Mazoku. One more, Alberto Burgos and Night Kiss. Holds it 1-2. This distaff sprint over the 6 furlongs, seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Comset broke sharply. Street Painter, the gray, showing good speed. There's Horseshoe now streaking up toward the front, and Will Do It Live is also right there with early interest. It's Horseshoe with Joe Ramos. Horseshoe has the 5-year-old speed to just lead. Will Do It Live toward the inside, and Street Painter is up with them, making this dash past the half-mile pole. Shanghai Express is running in 4th. A length then to Mazuku, next in 5th. It's a break of 6 more back there to Comset and Alberto Burgos. And the 11-time winner, 1-5, Night Kiss trails. The quarter, 22.17 seconds inside 3 furlongs from home. And they're aiming for Horseshoe. Horseshoe carries a 3-length lead on the edge of the quarter pole from Street Painter, running second by 3.5. Mazoku straightens away in 3rd, and then Night Kiss, who's starting to gain. Toward the inside, Will Do It Live is dropped back once under pressure. Of the front side, Shanghai Express, we trail back to Comset. It's Horseshoe, half mile 44.84. Into the final furlong, it's Horseshoe with a 3-length edge. Night Kiss continues to charge hard up the inside. On the outside is Street Painter. Shanghai Express is now 4th. Here comes Night Kiss up the inside, and Night Kiss rolls to another meet win. Horseshoe is tracked down by Night Kiss. Shanghai Express 3rd, Street Painter back in 4th.
12th win of this 5-year-old mare's career comes up the inside, and 3 in a row for Night Kiss.
Won 40% of her races with 20% second-place finishes, and for a deep closer, that's a highly unusual record, especially for a horse that's good. You know, she's not at the higher echelon. The 5 caught a little bit of a break when the 1 didn't break that sharply, but she still went a pretty honest pace, wandered a little bit in the stretch, but Night Kiss, she's a neat horse. Yeah, you gotta like these horses, right? It just gives us an opportunity to see some horses we don't see that often.
You take away her synthetic and turf races, and she's what, 11 for 22 now?
Yeah,
on dirt.
Yeah, 10. She has a win on synthetic, so she's 10 for 20.
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
dirt.
You're right. 11 for 22. I apologize. Yes, 50%. Pretty amazing, right? For a deep closer.
With the Angels, explodes when she finds running room. She's now 5 for 5. Successful return to the races after a long time away. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm with Linda Rice again. These winning interviews I know are a lot more enjoyable. Linda, with the Angels, got the job done. Talk to me a little bit about when she was called on, the way she did it. Pretty impressive off the bench like that.
Yeah, you know, I told Fabian, you know, we were on the inside, but we had to, you know, I told him, I said, look, maybe let the speed go. She ran very well that way before. She's coming off a long layoff, and I didn't want her to get in a speed duel and get late. And she broke very sharp. He was there, and then when he saw him coming after him, he let him go. It was a beautiful ride. Looked like she got trapped down inside, though, and I was a little concerned at the 8th pole she wasn't going to get through. But she muscled her way through there like a champ that she is.
What do you think might be next for her?
You know, I really don't know. I just wanted to get to today with her. It's been a long wait, and it's taken some patience by everyone involved, and I'm just happy we got her back to the winner's circle.
A lot of fun to see her back. We look forward to her next start. Congratulations today.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg.
Got to be such a good feeling when it's been a long time to get this filly back, and obviously so much talent, so much promise, and to come back and get your picture taken again, bit of relief.
Yeah, I think in some ways races like that are more nerve-wracking for trainers because they feel like they've really let everybody down if the horse doesn't run well. Whereas if you're bringing a horse back that is a bigger price and stuff, they're not expected to do well. And as Linda said, she'll appreciate the win and figure it out from there. But that was a nice effort by this horse, and it shows that she hasn't lost anything since the layoff.
Up next, Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day. Of course, Spendthrift with 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of Sovereignty. 7 furlongs, main track for these 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight. 'Tis the Lady. Opening is at 5-2.
A big price looking at the pick 5s. Now, I didn't see the double prices, but opened up short for Sugar. 'Tis the Law. I love 'Tis the Laws. The workout was okay, 10-5, the 2-year-old sale. But occasionally we'll talk more about it.
We're going to give Andy a break, about an hour.
I'll be back at 4:10.
We will see you then. Stepping in, Acacia Clement. She does not get a break at all, ever. Does everything here.
Ever. Here and everywhere.
She really doesn't.
She's the brains behind both operations, here and that one.
Yes, indeed. Miguel Clement. Talk about momentum, indeed. Been rolling right through Saratoga. It's kept it going here. Stay with us. Acacia joined us next.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at nairabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best, pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Today is an important milestone on the path to developing this world-class track, and when this is done in less than 1 year, it's going to be something that we won't just be proud of, it's going to be something that's going to get the world's attention. The laying in of the final steel beam It's an important milestone.
18 months of hard work, 3,700 union members. With our hard hats on, let's give them a round of applause. This is more than just the money. It's about, again, enshrining that place forever in the future. The racing world is paying attention to this. Breeders' Cup, when they saw what we were doing here and knew that it was time to bring back racing's most prestigious event back to Belmont.
This will be one of the greatest sporting venues in the country, and it's just an incredible thing to be here today to witness this. And I want to thank all these community members for coming out and all of their support. This is nothing more than an accumulation of a bunch of New Yorkers putting their heads down and getting something really amazing done.
I was able to be there yesterday. Welcome Acacia Clement here to the desk, but tremendous to celebrate sort of now the home stretch for this new facility, one of the largest undertakings of a racetrack really in history of this sport. September 26th set for that sort of partial opening and expect to be completed by the first quarter of 2027 for sure before the Wood Memorial.
Yeah, just absolutely amazing to see here in the state of New York a commitment to racing, to the future of racing and the excitement of the new Belmont Park and all that we have to look forward to. I know we obviously work for NYRA, but first and foremost, we're all racing fans and we want to see something that's great for racing. And I think the new Belmont Park is exactly that. You know, when you go to the sales, when you go to other racetracks, everybody's talking about, oh, I can't wait to come for the new Belmont and to see all that it's going to offer. So much to look forward to and really exciting as the steps continue to move forward.
Going to be quite a sight to see. So good for the sport and state-of-the-art modern facility. And good, the governor was on hand. So many other senators from the state of New York, assembly people as well. So it was a great turnout for that topping off ceremony as well. We're going to get into the late pick four here momentarily. 7 furlongs in this maiden special weight coming up in a moment. We'll set the stage for that momentarily. About 17 minutes away to get your tickets together. Stop Juvenile Breeders' Cup. And one we saw at Saratoga, who was so impressive, and then backed it up again in that final prep at Keeneland, Ted Noffey.
He has been a horse I've become a really big fan of. I thought that he was really impressive in the hopeful, and then he came back and he did it again in the Breeders' Futurity, showing that the 2 turns was no problem for him, beyond having kind of a fun name and a fun story named after Spendthrift's Ned Toffee. He's also very, very good. And I think you have some decent 2-year-olds, you have some talented horses, but he's definitely been the one that's kind of stamped himself as the horse to watch going into the Breeders' Cup that's arguably the one to beat, at least at this stage. And I'm really excited to see what he can do heading out to Del Mar.
I don't know how you felt. I sort of felt like his stablemate was even more talented. Tommy Joe, unfortunately, her second or third start, I guess, she looks so good in the spin away. And then, yes, she kept that perfect record intact, but she did it via DQ. And now I'm really questioning her ability to get 2 turns.
Yeah, I think that's the big question. Personally, I was always more dazzled by what we saw from Ted Noffey, and while she won that spin away by open lengths, I think she was maybe a touch workmanlike in it. And yes, there could be the argument in the Alcibiades that she would have gone by Percy's Bar had she not been impacted and bumped at kind of a pivotal moment in the race. It's my opinion that she was fouled, but I don't think she was going by. I thought she was really second best in there, and to be fair, Percy's Bar had been second behind her prior to that, so really kind of validated that performance. And I will be curious to see what she does do. Going on to the Breeders' Cup as well. She's technically 3 for 3, but I think she has some chinks in her armor. And, you know, we have seen some other horses question whether they will actually go on to the Breeders' Cup juvenile fillies. The likes of Iron Orchard Connection saying it's still kind of up in the air if she ends up going. So it will be interesting to see who ends up in the gate, and maybe that'll be to the benefit of Tommy Joe.
No real sort of standout star in this group here. Iron Orchard, New York bred, who she was so impressive, not just because she won in open company, but how she did it, showing that she didn't have to be a need the lead type.
No, I thought that was one of the most impressive pieces of it. I had been one who was a little bit pessimistic about her stretching out in distance to the mile 2, but she had just continued to develop and strengthen so much. And then in her third start, she really did look the part, and she was able to do it out on the track as well, taking away her speed, which she had been so dominant using against New York Reds. So showing another dimension, showing that she could get a little bit longer distance. Obviously, she'd have to go from the mile to go to the 2 turns out at Del Mar, but look, she's done absolutely nothing wrong as of yet.
We're going to take a timeout. Race 5, late pick 4. When we come back, 2-year-old fillies, Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. There's Quiddity, Barkley Tag, second-time starter. Poor beginning in that debut at Saratoga. Missed by a half length, only to get DQ'd, deservedly so, but ran big first time out.
$1,600,000. Thank you.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 on a gorgeous Thursday afternoon. It's brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We got the late pick 4 coming up in how many minutes to post? Approaching the 9-minute mark to post. Here's a look at the 5. Quiddity, poor beginning in that debut at Saratoga and then ran on big late to just miss, only to get DQ'd. Let's go to Mig for more.
I think this is a really good group here and a really good-looking group of 2-year-old fillies. And we'll start with the 3-horse Miss Sophistication, who comes out of a very fast race. She got a very strong buyer figure of 74 on debut, has natural speed. And one thing I always look for, horses making their second start, coming off a good effort, is how do they react to their first experience? What was that like for them? Did it rattle their cage a little, meaning that they'll be a little shook up, a little nervous? Couldn't be more settled, more comfortable in her own skin. She looks terrific for trainer Jorge Duarte. And I always think horses like her that train at Colts Neck Stable, beautiful training facility for Rich Santulli. It's not a racetrack atmosphere, though. And the fact that she handled everything so well first time, and she will be more clued into what to expect this time, and she's acting this well, just speaks a great deal about her mental capacity to handle things and her class, and she looks fantastic. The 4, Saratoga Party, showed speed first time out, ran very usefully. Really feel like she came together from the race from a physical perspective. Just all the pieces tightened up. You know, Chad Brown's horses are always fit, but I think the race really moved her forward the most from a physical perspective. The 5, Quiddity, she was best on debut. Shame that she was disqualified, but she did broadside some rivals, shying from a left-handed crop. She's going to be very tough. And another one that just very comfortable in her own skin, Barkley Tagg, tremendous horse trainer. One of the things that bugs me is he's never been on the Hall of Fame ballot. Look at his resume and tell me why he has never even made the ballot. It's baffling to me. But she looks great. And then the 6, Schilling, also first start, looked like she needed it, got a little bit tired. She's trained well since. Jimmy Jerkins at the helm with Kenny McPeek's string at Belmont Park. And another one that just handling herself so well. Keep an eye on them on the track as they hook up with the pony. But this is as well-behaved a group of 2-year-olds that I've seen the entire year.
Thank you, Mig. 8 minutes away from race 5. Again, starts the late pick 4. We'll have the post parade here coming up in a moment. A little look ahead to where Acacia's going to be this weekend.
Yeah, heading out to Far Hills on Saturday. Really looking forward to it. It's such a fun day of racing. It's really like a fair atmosphere, it almost feels like. There's people tailgating, and the tailgates are impressive. People have these elaborate setups as well. You obviously have the college or young age kids who are there just having a great time and maybe not paying all the attention to the races, but a lot of people that are really knowledgeable about it too. And it's just so much fun. Really looking forward to being there and looking like it's going to be nice weather, mid-60s too.
And a very familiar name. It's going to be headlining the Grade 1 American Grand National Hurdle as well. 11-year-old now, snap decision.
I am so excited to see him again. He's trying to defend his title, having finally gotten his win in the American Grand National last year in 2024. He did have one win since then. He won back in April, but as an 11-year-old, unfortunately, due to that, he's not able to run here on the NYRA circuit due to the rule that horses can't race past 10. So he's been looking kind of for some other spots, and he is coming off of a disappointing effort last time out. But as mentioned, he won this race last year with an incredibly game performance. He's such a cool horse that a lot of us have gotten to follow for quite some time. Of course, having started his career with Shug McGahee and then switching over to being a sensational horse over the jumps for Jack Fisher and Graham Waters. I'm very much looking forward to seeing if he can defend his title.
19 wins, 17 over the jumps in 31 starts. What a career Snap Decision has had. Back for more as an 11-year-old, 8-5 morning line favorite for coverage that we will have on Saturday afternoon from Far Hills. So we hope you join us. Back to race 5 here at Belmont at the Big A. And a post parade that happened just a few moments ago. We'll start with Full of Tact. Gustavo Rodriguez, second-time starter.
Now, this is a horse that was kind of urged out of the gate last time, but taken for speed. We'll see if she is stronger and fitter second time out.
Miss Sophistication. That was a really impressive debut when she battled minute by minute for Chad Brown, neck and neck the whole way.
She was game. She did lug in kind of late switching leads. I thought physically she would really benefit from a start. She should be certainly fitter today.
Saratoga Party coming out of good race. Tennessee Belle ran big in that effort back at Saratoga.
Yeah, I think she's a very talented filly. She looked like she could have gotten third. She really kind of flattened late, was given a little bit more time, so see if better today.
Quiddity had that poor beginning in the debut.
I noted they added a shadow roll. She did not wear a noseband first time out. She was very green before the race and in the running of the race.
Schilling, Ken McPeek was in that minute-by-minute My Sophistication race as well, or Miss Sophistication.
She ran an okay fourth, certainly could move forward.
Tis the lady, Shug McGahee, excuse me.
Worked 10 and 1 at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. Moved pretty well in that work.
Backstreet's first-timer, Mark Hennig.
Worked 10 and 2, a little bit erratic at the Timonium May 2-year-old sale, filly by Connect.
And $1 million filly debuting for Chad Brown here, Britain.
Big pedigree, quality road out of Toasting, multiple state stakes winner, multiple graded stakes place. She was precocious. This one worked 9 and 4 at OBS March. She never switched leads in that work. I remember her being kind of the talk of the sale in large part because of the pedigree, but despite not switching leads, she did it pretty effortlessly. She's 5-1, wow.
4 minutes to post here in this fifth. Get a $15 bonus just by playing with Naira Bets when you play Keeneland and Belmont of the Big A today. Bet $75 each on Keeneland and Belmont of the Big A. You'll get that bonus in your account whether you win or lose. You do need to opt in to take advantage. So 2-1 favorite, Quiddity. A little surprised she's favored.
Yeah, she did run very well behind O, who came back to win a stake at the Finger Lakes in her following start. For Mike Maker, she won the Lady Finger with a 73 by her speed figure, improving 2 points. And that filly had been very professional first time out, whereas Quiddity had not been professional. She really did kind of make a little bit of a mess of it there, ending in that disqualification, shying in at the quarter pole. Like I said, she was very green throughout the running of the race. She was also very green before the race too, acting up onto the track, having to be jogged up to the gate. As mentioned, they've made a slight equipment change with the shadow roll, and mentally she should just have that experience. Running a 70 by her speed figure first time out, nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, maybe, better start. She's got Ricardo Santana Jr., big upgrade as well for start number 2. Hopefully she can break sharper, get involved earlier. This one, again, very impressive. She was close to the action early, right there, sitting off minute by minute, who was a Chad Brown first-time starter in that debut. And as you mentioned, yeah, she didn't switch leads till pretty late in the game in the stretch.
She did. So there was a touch of greenness, but I thought altogether she ran on really well, and she was chasing, as you mentioned, a Chad Brown horse, and she never gave it up. I mean, they went 1-2 around, and she really dug in well. They put some separation on the rest of the field, and it really was those two and everybody else. So there's two schools of thought with this, that maybe she's a horse that this might have taken a little bit of starch out of her. Maybe she was kind of geared up to win first time out. However, with Jorge Duarte, we usually don't see his horses win on debut, and I thought that she really would have benefited from a race. So it's my opinion, and picking up Dylan Davis, that she is going to be better second time out, and she has now actually switched over to favoritism.
And yeah, you saw that separation between those two and the rest of the pack made it seem like these two might be pretty good. 9-5 right now on Miss Sophistication. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, and I think the public has kind of gotten it right, shifting more attention to the 3 Miss Sophistication. She comes out of a very good effort. I agree. Jorge Duarte's horses tend to get better with a race under their belt. The other thing that, we haven't talked as much about is Miss Sophistication ran against Open Company. And this is not to disparage New York breds by any way, shape, or form. I mean, they're brilliant. It's incredible how good they've gotten over the years and can compete on an international level. But Quiddity raced against New York breds, and now she's in against Open Company. So you're just opening up the gene pool, more horses. Quiddity looks great, galloped off beautifully, looks a lot more focused than she did in her first start. And she's a major player, but I think it's something worth noting that she did debut against New York breds. Miss Sophistication, though, looks good. Quiddity looks good. And that brings me to the horse that I ultimately landed on. Normally, I don't go for first-time starters going 7 furlongs, but the 7 Britain just won me over. I mean, she galloped off. What a stride on her. And she changed from the paddock to the racetrack. She was kind of nondescript, flew under the radar in the paddock to me, got on the racetrack, and it was almost like she got bigger, broader, wider, even taller. I mean, it was amazing the way she puffed up, and I love the way she warmed up under Flavien Prat. And she also gets a good outside post position. So I think the 9 Britain, actually taking money now down to 4-1, is very interesting in this spot.
See what happens. Very expensive first-time starter for Chad Brown with Flavien Prat. Daughter of Quality Road, cost over $1 million at auction.
And to Richie's point that he just brought up about Quiddity debuting against New York breds, Britain actually is a New York bred, and yet she's debuting against Open Company. I think that's a little bit of a vote of confidence as well. One thing I will say, while Toasting was a very good race mare, she's not been a great broodmare as of yet. 2 out of her 4 foals were winners. One sprinting on the dirt, one going long on the dirt. So nothing superstar level as of yet.
It's not easy to win at 7/8 of a mile
No,
first
it's
time
not.
out either.
It is a big challenge for sure.
8-5 favorite, Ms. Sophistication. Dylan Davis on board. Let's send it upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
On Saratoga Party. Saratoga Party goes in. Next up will be Quiddity. Britain to the outside. Britain goes in. All set. And they're off. Saratoga Party broke well and right towards the outside is Schilling. They're going to be 1-2. Ms. Sophistication towards the inside is trying to rush up now. And the leader is Schilling. To the outside comes Britain, is in the purple silks, and Ms. Sophistication wants to move on through. Doesn't want to be far off the pace. That's the leading trio. Saratoga Party didn't want the kickback. Moves towards the outside from 4th for clear running. Outside of that rival comes Backstreets, who's in 5th. Another 3. Back to Quiddity and the 2 trailers full of tact with Tids the Lady. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. The leader is Schilling. Schilling has a half mile left to go, is up by 3/4 of a length. Right to her outside. There is Britain, and 3 wide. Here comes Saratoga Party, who's now looming up. Ms. Sophistication lost some ground, is hard driven here, is in 5th, is making hard work of it, trying to keep up. Backstreets is taken 4th. The leader is Schilling, who's still in hand. Here's the charge from Britain. 3 wide is Saratoga Party. 4 wide is going to be Backstreets. It's these 4 as they reach the top of the stretch. Ms. Sophistication, not today. The leader is Schilling. Schilling is in front. Britain continues to chase, but Saratoga Party down the center of the racetrack is coming after this leader now. It is still Schilling for a final furlong, is still holding off this rival. Schilling at a big price, has a 16th left to go. Saratoga Party is trying to pass this leader, swishing her tail about, but Schilling will win it. Schilling won it over Saratoga Party. Then came Britain and a late run from Full of Tact in a photo with Ms. Sophistication. 1 minute 24.32 seconds.
Ken McPeak's horses just continue to run in New York. Schilling, who was in that Ms. Sophistication race, was 4th, beat more than 7 lengths, wins at 18-1.
Yeah, she took a big step forward, and we have seen this from Kenny's barn, particularly those down here at Belmont. The 2-year-old first-time starters, and especially second out, have been running very, very well. And I think what made the difference with her today was that Christopher Elliott was aggressive, and Chris Griffin pointed it out. Look at the way every time he goes to the riding crop, she swishes her tail. She was not enjoying that at all, but she really dug in over the number 4, Saratoga Party, who came out of that good Tennessee Bell race that you did reference. Very disappointing effort from Miss Sophistication, who looked to be getting a good trip.
Yeah, she just did not reproduce much of anything from that debut. Schilling, again, coming out of that same race, ready to roll. Start number 2. What a meet Ken McPeak's having.
Yeah, amazing.
6-4, 9-2, 18-1 winner. And Saratoga Party showed improvement here, unable to get by this one, though.
She definitely took a step forward with experience as well. Manny Franco kind of keeping her a little bit wide early on too, and she did that last late rally, whereas Schilling was able to control things on the front end, and there's a better close-up of her swishing her tail in reaction to the crop. But Schilling certainly had enough there in the end, and I like her name, out of pounds to pennies. You get Schilling.
2 wins today for young Christopher Elliott. Well done on this second-time starter. 18-1 to start off the late pick 4s. We get back to Horseshoe Indy, race 3. Just a 4-horse field that will line up. State-bred Indiana breds in this maiden special weight at 5.5 furlongs. Turbo Lady outside, and then I'm a Little Thirsty, the rail, the 2 taking the most money. Here's I'm a Little Thirsty, second-time starter.
Yeah, she is lightly raced, just having 1 start under her belt, and she did not break well from the rail first time, has the rail again.
Blazing Eyes finally showed some life last start, just missed by a nose.
Oh, hugely improved effort last time off of the layoff, showed more speed too.
That was at almost 60-1. First time starter, That's My Daughter.
Not a ton of pedigree by Charming Kitten out of an unraced mare.
And start number 3, Blinkers Go On, beat it odds on the first 2, Turbo Lady.
Yeah, and she is a horse that does have some tactical speed. Maybe the addition of blinkers will help her to seal the deal.
Let's go to Rachel.
Hey, you guys, with a little bit of a shorter field, I decided to get maybe a cool story and then a little bit of physical look of each of them in the paddock. So I hung out down there for most of the time between last race. We'll start with the favorite, Turbo Lady. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I didn't like the way she was moving in the paddock. Visually, the 1 and the 4 were my least favorite horses. The 2 and the 4 were my least favorite horses in there. But Turbo Lady, the 4, I talked to Joe Ramos, and he said, you know what, I'm just going to hope that the 2 sends and I'm going to follow her. Last time she was in a bad spot. She broke slow. He said hopefully she can get out of the gate clean, and that's pretty much his game plan, is just to follow the 2 Blazing Eyes out there. But like I said, a little bit not moving the way I liked. The one that I liked the best was the 3 physically. That's My Daughter. Ray Paquette's the trainer here, and him and his son, who is Ray Paquette Jr., co-own this horse. It's the first one he's been listed on with his dad, and a fun story for the name. I love these kind of things, but they play golf every week, his son and daughter and son-in-law, and every time Ray, the father, senior, hits a bad shot, Courtney always comes up his daughter and slams the ball, and he always says, "That's my daughter." So he also added, "Sorry, Ray, I don't normally say that's my son." But the 2 Blazing Eyes as well looked good. The 1, I'm a little thirsty, was dappled out, super fit, but I think physically, really, That's My Daughter. Very, very thick, carrying good flesh. She just looked very strong, to be honest, in the paddock. So those are my thoughts on this race. A little bit shorter field, but some fun anecdotes about the names, and Fernando de la Cruz gets the mount on the 3, That's My Daughter, here today, guys.
All right, thank you, Rachel. See what happens here. Even money on Turbo Lady, who's burned up a little bit of money in those first 2 tries. We'll see if the blinkers on can help. Didn't get out great in that start back on September 23rd.
No, she was a little bit awkward getting out too, and she has been a heavy favorite in both of her starts. As you mentioned, will be a heavy favorite in here again. Rachel giving some positives for the number 3, That's My Daughter, who does debut here. And look, she finds a compact field to start her career in, so maybe she just picks the right place to debut if you feel that some of the others in this spot are kind of a little bit exposed, and you'll have to take some shorter prices.
The lone first-time starter about to step in. The 3, That's My Daughter, for Ray Paquette. We're set for the 3rd. Let's go to John Dooley.
At 5.5 furlongs. 1 more Turbo Lady. Joe Ramos with 80 wins here this season. Rode in his first Kentucky Derby back in May. All in. And they're off. Turbo Lady with a rapid reaction from the starting gate. I'm a little thirsty toward the inside, along with That's My Daughter, and Blazing Eyes trails the maiden fillies quartet with Joe Ramos. It's Turbo Lady the leader. Turbo Lady out in front, leads here by 2.5. Toward the inside, I'm a little thirsty, and Mitch Morrow with the black cap with a pom-pom, being joined on the outside by That's My Daughter, the first-time starter with Fernando de la Cruz. Toward the inside, I'm a little thirsty, now has lost a spot to 3rd, as Turbo Lady leans with inside 3 furlongs to go. And Blazing Eyes out there in the 4 path with her bid. That trio in back of Turbo Lady, who leads them past the quarter pole with a 2-length lead. That's My Daughter. Toward the inside, I'm a little thirsty and wide. Blazing Eyes. Turbo Lady spins them in with Joe Ramos. Turbo Lady coming down to the final furlong with a 3-length buffer zone on That's My Daughter, who's now gained 2nd. Toward the inside is I'm a little thirsty, who's running in 3rd. As Blazing Eyes has flattened, they come past the 16th. And with Fernando de la Cruz, here's That's My Daughter, who strikes the front near home. That's My Daughter. Debuts on top from Turbo Lady. I'm a little thirsty, finished 3rd.
The lone first-time starter in the field. And Turbo Lady burns up some more money here. It's not my daughter here in race 3.
Yeah, good call by Rachel, who pointed out that she didn't really love the way the favorites presented themselves in a first-time starter with the great story behind the name. That's my daughter getting the job done. She was able to run down your favorite in Turbo Lady, who, well, she went off 6-5 to 1. I'm a little thirsty, actually went off 3-2, but Turbo Lady went to the front. She had those blinkers and still not able to seal the deal.
Fernando de la Cruz, rider change on board for that win on the first timer. Meanwhile, back at Belmont of the Big A, Schilling. Christopher Elliott with a 2-win afternoon.
Yeah, been a good day for him, and he told me when I interviewed him earlier, I'm just trying to ride everywhere, make a name for myself, and certainly do that when you have 2-win days on the NYRA circuit.
Wins for Ken McPeak, Fern Circle Stable, and 18-1 here in this first leg of the pick four is going to shake up this pick 6. Obviously, with the Angels, offered a lot of people coverage to go pretty deep in some other legs here, maybe this one as well. Horse that made some sense, took money in that first start.
I was just going to point that out. She took a lot of attention on debut, and then, I don't know, I think she was kind of ignored by some of the other, maybe more flashy horses in here. She was too big a price, but his aggression really paid off, putting her on the front end as she was able to hold off Saratoga Party. And as we talked about, just really tough to debut at 7 furlongs, sprint and fading to 3rd.
Spencer Farm, 2-year-old race of the day goes to Schilling. We move on to race 6, 7 furlongs. And basically, this is a non-winners at 3 life race with the exception of I'm Buzzy, who is a 9-time winner, but is 0 for 8 this year. But probably facing the easiest field she's seen in a while.
I know. I think like a lot of us have a soft spot for I'm Buzzy. She often shows up with her effort. She finished 2nd last time out in a solid performance. It's always hard to look away from her. We'll see if this is the right spot for her. As you mentioned, she certainly has some back classes and is well-seasoned 6-year-old mare.
More on this field when we return from a break. We'll look ahead to some more weekend action as well. And the Carl Place for 3-year-old, 6 furlongs on the grass, spiced up. Grade 3 Mahoney winner from this summer at Saratoga for Belmont, looking to put that Kentucky down trip in the rear view. Stay with us.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with NYRA Bets. Download the NYRA Bets app or sign up at NYRABets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with NYRA Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with NYRA Bets.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Like, you walk into the paddocks and back, he gets excited and then he'll want to stand up and act up. But like in the stall, he's really nice. So Lou Print, usually the better bred babies go to Florida, but for whatever reason, shipping and whatever, he got left up here. And I kept telling the guys down there, I go back and forth like, listen, we have one up there that I think he's better than the ones we have here. And they're like, there's no way, these are killer colts. And they were right. There was great horses, but I go, I'm telling you, I've trained your horses. You haven't trained this one. He's better, I think.
Lou Print comes back to win it. It's Lou Print.
I think he is the best horse I've ever trained.
You'll see Breeders' Crown action coming up on the 24th and 25th. 12 championship races, $7 million plus in purse money on the line.
And I'm so excited to see Lou Print. If you were watching our coverage a few weeks ago when we had the little brown jug, we saw Lou Print victorious that day, and Ron Burke said in the post-race interview, I think he's the best horse I've ever trained, and he has trained an exceptional amount of winners and champion horses, so that's certainly high praise from that barn.
Indeed.
He's been pretty good, but it's always a really fun weekend.
All right, so we look forward to that. Yeah, October 24th and 25th coverage on Fox Sports 2. Later this weekend, here's what we have ahead. The Sands Point, we talked a little bit about earlier. And then Sunday, Carl Place, Noble Damsel, Autumn Days. And that Carl Place going to break. We mentioned Spiced Up, who in the Grade 3 Mahoney looks sensational. 94 buyer speed figure in that win, crushing that group, including No Evidence, who will tackle Spiced Up again. But then things did not go well out of that performance at Kentucky Downs.
No, they certainly did not. And of course, this Carl Place was scheduled last Sunday when we canceled racing. They brought it back for this following Sunday, so that's why No Evidence scratched out of the allowance today to wait and come back into the stake. And he will rematch with Spiced Up, who was really impressive. And I was very impressed by what I saw from this horse after switching to turf. He really found his home. Maybe he just didn't handle Kentucky Downs, which is a little bit of a tricky course. You know, I remember talking to Junior Alvarado after that Mahoney win, and he said Spiced Up is kind of a choppier mover. And so I wonder, just with his type of action, and it's why he does get over the turf effectively, but I wonder with his type of action if he just didn't handle the ups and downs of that Kentucky Downs turf course.
What about No Evidence? How's he been doing?
He's been doing great. He's been consistent. He's just kind of a little bit of a cut below some of the other turf sprinters that he's faced, the likes of Governor Sam and Spiced Up, but he was right there last time in the Mahoney, so certainly give him credit for that. Maybe he just has the one win to his name, but he's often showing up with one of his best efforts.
Meanwhile, Cairo Caper out on bail. They met at Penn National. They ran second and third in that Penn Mile, and Cairo Caper going to cut back in distance.
I love the cutback for Cairo Caper. I think that that's really going to suit him. As you mentioned, finishing second and third with Out on Bail. After that, we saw Cairo Caper try the Secretariat at Colonial. He tried the Saranac behind Stars and Strides last time out, and now they're going to cut him back to a distance that he has been effective at. I know up at Woodbine, 6 and 6.5, but those were where his 2 wins did come. And I had noted last time in the Saranac that he hadn't really kind of progressed as I would have liked to see versus that level of competition. I think the cutback is very interesting for him.
That is coming up on our Sunday action. Race 6, Carl Place, 3:51 Eastern start time on our Fox Sports coverage. We're going to get into the start of the late pick 3, race 6, 7 furlongs main track when we come back. It is I'm Buzzy right now, the only more than 2-time winner in this field. 9 wins in the career, but 0 for 8 this year. Charlie Baker, Joel Rosario team up. Post break when we come back.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
John Gaines started this back in the 70s, had such stallions as Riverman, Sharpen Up, Bold Bitter, Leafard, Blushing Groom. I think our slogan says it best: power, passion, performance. We're looking to be a power in not only the breeding sector, but in the whole thoroughbred industry. You know, I think passion describes our team to the best. Mr. Beck and his family have owned this farm for almost 40 years. Brian Graves has been a part of this team for almost 20 years, myself here for 3 years, as we look to continue to grow. And I think performance describes our stallion roster perfectly, both at the racetrack and in the sales ring. And obviously, Tappet was a huge feather in the cap of the farm. He's done well for the last 20 years at stud. We have McKenzie with 5 Grade 1 stakes horses in his first crop. We have Drain the Clock and Olympiad with stellar sales results with our first crop yearlings. We were very excited this year. We brought 4 new stallions in. We had Grade 1 winner Tappet Tri, son of Tappet, another son of Tappet, Mandy Pope, homebred Charge It, Muth, son of Good Magic, only stallion retired this year in Kentucky that was a Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3, and followed it up with Preakness winner and Pennsylvania Derby winner Seize the Great. We were very excited to have a son of Arrogate. We were a big believer in that stallion. We bred to him several times. We're bringing Grade 1 winner Locked, son of Gun Runner, into the stallion roster for 2026. Grade 1 winner at 2 at Keeneland. Grade 2 winner at 3, defeating older horses in the Cigar Mile. Grade 1 winner this year at 4. You know, Brian Graves, Anthony Beck, myself, and the rest of the team here, we look for these horses that are going to hopefully be breed shapers and trying to continue to grow the stallion roster here at Gainesway.
Back with you, our program brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance, as we are 9 minutes away from race 6. The 7-furlong main track event, and that is the current 9-5 favorite, I'm Buzzy. Charlie Baker, Joelle Rosario back aboard.
Yeah, Joelle knows her well, I think, having ridden her in her last couple of starts, and she does draw the rail again. You notice that Joelle opting to take her outside, as I was reminded she doesn't prefer being inside and tends to run her best races when she is able to do it outside. So I think that was kind of the right move for her when she was able to get the seam there and finish second behind Always Practical. She's a cool horse. She's often right there. She's run some fast races. She's quite accomplished. As you said, it's been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle, but maybe this is just the right spot for her.
How do you feel about Melly Mel, who was just behind her?
Melly Mel was a horse that I think took some attention last time because she was first off the claim. For Orlando Nota, she had won against much softer company 2 starts back. She ran fine that day. She ran on. She does have some tactical speed. I think that's to her benefit. I thought that she actually did stack up from a physical perspective against her company last time, and we'll see if she can do it again.
There's the one who just finished ahead of her, though. I'm Buzzy, who will be coming from off the pace. And the one who was just behind her, you were just touching on, this one here, Melly Mel. She got the outside post today. Second off the claim for the Orlando Nota barn, with Dylan Davis back aboard.
Yeah, and she's 7-2. The front wraps do go on, but second time with the barn, second time at this level. She showed with the 3rd place finish last time out that she could compete, so certainly give her credit for that. I thought that there were a couple of interesting class droppers, as Sight to See came back off of a layoff and ran against way tougher last time out here. Her last win did come for $40,000 back in April with previous connections. Maybe class drop just kind of what the doctor ordered for her.
Kendra Carmouche hopping aboard. She's Complicated for Linda Rice. She's got 2 in here. We'll get to the other one in a moment, but she's Complicated, coming off probably an effort that equaled the best performance she's ever run. It was at a mile last start and was second off a short layoff.
Yeah, and that was ahead of Spirit of Esther, who we saw run earlier in the 3rd race. Didn't get the win there, but she did set the pace and has been pretty consistent overall. So she's Complicated now coming in, but she is taking a big step up in class. Now, she ran at this level 2 starts back, and she was part of 4 horses on the pace and just never really looked comfortable in there last time she was able to use her speed.
Post parade in here again. I'm Buzzy, 2-1 favorite. Second beat a length last start.
Making start number 50, looking for win number 10. A very cool, consistent mare.
Yeah, everyone else in this field looking for just their third career win, including Spun Size here for Bruce Brown.
Second off the claim for Bruce. Finished fourth in that race behind I'm Buzzy and Melly Mel.
Here's the other Linda Rice runner, Sail Away.
And this was a horse that came back off of the claim last time and ran against much tougher. Maybe second time for the barn. We'll see it better.
Things have not gone well off the claim for Rob Atchers with Carrera.
Yeah, she has been running against better company, though, as she takes a drop in class to the level at which they claimed her.
She's complicated. Linda Rice went by. Here's Sight to See, who Rick Dutrow Jr. claimed off of Ken McPeak.
And dropping in class now, second off the layoff and second off the claim.
Meg's Foxy Gray, a little interesting coming in from Delaware.
And you would look and say, oh, maybe it's a drop in class from Allowance Company. I think it's actually maybe a bit tougher. She comes here to the Naira circuit. Seems like the right spot.
And here's Melly Mel trying to outfinish I'm Buzzy in the rematch.
Showed a lot of speed 2 starts back when winning against much softer company. I think she's well posted to the outside given her running style.
3-1 right now in that rematch with I'm Buzzy. So 5 minutes to post here in race 6. I want to remind everyone that $40 Friday feeder contest, low-cost way to earn your entry into the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Belmont at the Big A's third. Post time on Friday. Visit NairaBets.com/contests to get involved. Good luck to everybody participating. Back to, wow. This Linda Rice runner, she's complicated.
Somebody feels fresh. Yeah, she's running off in that warm-up as Kendrick Carmouche is doing everything he can to get her to settle and slow down. So he's keeping a very tight rein, kind of pulling her head up with horses like that are trying to run off. If you give them their head, they'll kind of put their head down and almost kind of take the reins out of you. You lose a bit and looking like an outrider trying to help her to no avail, but she is really running off on him there. And so now he's turning her head, which I think is the right thing to do. That'll kind of pull her off balance a little bit, so she'll have no choice but to slow down as you take them to the outside rail to help slow her down.
Big difficult situation here for Kendrick Carmouche. What can you tell us?
Yeah, really difficult, and definitely doing too much in the post parade, in the warm-up. And he took her to the outside fence, and your tendency is to turn her towards the outside fence, make her check herself a little bit, and then hopefully be able to get her back to you. The outrider now catching back up to her. She's gone too far, and this is way too aggressive a warm-up. No, not by design by Kendrick Carmouche. I actually went to ride a horse in the Japan Cup Dirt. Student Council had won the Pacific Classic on, and no ponies, and he took off to run off with me in front of the grandstand in Tokyo, and I took him to the outside fence and did the same thing, got his head over the outside fence and was able to get him back. Difficult situation. To me, it downgrades the 5. She's complicated, who I was going to talk about from this perspective. She dropped down to the 17.5 level. Linda Rice won easily, now moves her right back up to the $50,000 level. And to me, that's a huge vote of confidence. And we all know what a great manager Linda is. She understands what horses need to be competitive. So to me, that's a very confident hike back up in class. And she's complicated, still coming around now, guys. She went all the way around. I wonder if we won't have a late scratch here. She basically ran off the entire circuit. Missed by the first outrider, now looking for the second outrider. I would be looking for a late change here. The 6 Sight to See will be my top selection. Could not look any better. The picture of health in the paddock for trainer Rick Dutrow. She also, to me, ran like a horse who needed the race last time. And just kind of blew up against tougher. I think she is well posted here, and I think she is very interesting at a good price. I like the Flavien Prat retains the mount as well. And in the 8, Melly Mel, well posted. Acacia said that outside post going 7/8. Could not look any better. This is such a strong-looking daughter of Liam's map, and she just looks like she's poised for a good one. Could not be better turned out for Orlando Noda. Guys, we'll wait to hear something about it, but the 5 did way too much in the post parade.
Yeah, if she does stay in, she is awfully hard to endorse with all that energy she expended.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a tough situation. And Kendrick Carmouche rode her last time. I know he's familiar with her, as Richie said. I'm sure not what he was anticipating. And it almost seemed, because at one point she had linked paddock up with the outrider and then broke off again. I don't know if he kind of took her away, expecting to give her a big warm-up, try to expel some of the nervous energy, and it just went the opposite way, or if it was just either that or just impossible to keep her with the pony. It seems like she has settled down now, being accompanied by one of the outriders, but just a very tough situation. Kendrick did everything that he could in there, but when a 1,000-pound animal decides they want to take off with you, sometimes there's not much you can do to fight it.
As you could see with Kendrick Carmouche, who had that rein about as tight as it could be.
And don't forget, jockeys don't have the full use of their leg, too, in their seat. So really kind of relying on trying to use your body weight, but you're also trying to hold your balance in that precarious situation as well.
So 5-1 on She's Complicated. Meanwhile, they're in the background, Sight to See, won for the second time with Ken McPeak. That was at Keeneland back in April, but then was claimed by Rick Dutrow Jr. Now gets maybe a little bit easier company. Is that what you liked with the 6?
Yes, that plus second off the layoff. I was happy to hear that Richie had the same thought process. I did too, and thought that she looked fit now, second off the bench, coming back in an allowance spot like that and going a mile last time. She gets a slight cut back to the 7 furlongs, which I like for her too, and just given some tactical speed, thought we'd see a better performance today.
5-1. But the favorite throughout has remained I'm Buzzy, as she's at 5-2 right now. This 5 staying in despite expending all that energy in here. See what she has left to give. Meanwhile, Melly Mel in that rematch with I'm Buzzy, 3-1 outside. Dylan Davis back aboard. Here she is, the one who was so hard to handle in the warm-up. She will step in first. As we get set for this 6, let's set it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Meg's Foxy Gray. Another one to move in. Sight to See. Here's Sail Away. Carrara. Last to load to the outside, Melly Mel. Melly Mel. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Carrara broke with early speed, and also towards the far outside is going to be Meg's Foxy Gray. Meg's Foxy Gray sprints clear, is up by about 3/4 of a length, and joining her, here comes Melly Mel out in the center of the racetrack. Back to third is Carrara. Sight to See is going to travel in fourth. It's to the outside of a well-hauled Sellaway, who's now in fifth. From the back, trying to rally on is I'm Buzzy. Starts to move forward, second to last, Spun Size, and the trailer, She's Complicated. They work up the backstretch, 23.34. Pressured opening quarter mile, Meg's Foxy Gray, and it's Melly Mel applying the pressure within a neck of the leader. At the rail, that's Carrara. Moving forward on the outside, Sight to See. Trying to join them, a wide rally here from I'm Buzzy. Also, Sail Away is trying to keep up, and the trailer, Spun Size. They're well into the far turn, and the front two start to skip away. To the inside here, it's Meg's Foxy Gray. Melly Mel applying the pressure, switching to the outside, Carrara, and Carrara in full pursuit at big odds at 25-1, and these three with a quarter mile left to go. Meg's Foxy Gray is trying to sprint away here from Melly Mel, who continues to challenge, and these two grays are duking it out. Carrara made that big move, cannot keep up. It's Melly Mel who's now dispatched to Meg's Foxy Gray. A furlong left to go, and Melly Mel is trying to open up. I'm Buzzy rallies on late grandstand side, but it's only for a minor share. Give it to Melly Mel. Dylan Davis, that's the winner. Melly Mel wins it over Meg's Foxy Gray. Then came I'm Buzzy and Sail Away in 1:23.4.
Melly Mel, another crack at I'm Buzzy, and much better this time around here. Wins second off the claim for Orlando Noda.
Yeah, it was a battle of the grays, as you heard in Chris Griffin's call, but Melly Mel, she was much more forwardly placed than I'm Buzzy, as we talked about, a horse that prefers to be outside, and Joel Rosario took her wide, but she ended up about 6 wide into the stretch, and Melly Mel was far more forwardly placed, and we talked about her being well posted, and that really did seem to be the benefit for her, as she was able to kick away from the number 7, Meg's Foxy Gray, who was first off the claim for Michelle Nevin with a good effort.
Melly Mel, 3-1. Second choice on the board with a win, 8-7, 1-3. Here in race 6. Well, the price is for you when we come back. Step aside for a short break. Fourth from Horseshoe Indy. Sprinting on the grass when we return. 5 furlongs, $25,000 maiden claiming event. When we come back, stay with us.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Zaccheo, Flatterer, Flat Top, McDynamo, Goodnight Shirt, Snap Decision. Legends that have defined steeplechasing's finest hour. For over a century, the Far Hills Race Meeting has set the gold standard for racing. On October 18th, the tradition continues at Moreland Farm. Come be a part of the pageantry, beauty, and excitement of steeplechase racing's biggest day. Tickets are available now at farhillsrace.org.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A daughter of the red-hot Triple Crown winner Justify, Just FYI, secured the Eclipse Award as champion 2-year-old filly after conquering the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies over an elite field.
Just FYI!
It capped off an undefeated 2-year-old season that also included a dominant score in the Grade 1 Frisette. She retired with earnings over $1.7 million for owner George Krikorian and trainer Bill Mott. At 3, following a runner-up effort in the Grade 1 Ashland, she defeated all but the mighty Torpedo in the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks. Just FYI is offered pregnant to Into Mischief, North America's 6-time leading general sire and the sire of 3 Kentucky Derby winners. Out of the Street Cry Mare Star Act, Just FYI hails from the family of Grade 1 winners Starer, Stellar Jane, and Star Billing. Eclipse Champion Just FYI, selling this November with Hillendale at Alapa agent.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage to Shelbyville, Indiana for the 4th from Horseshoe Indianapolis. 5 furlongs on the turf. The rail's out 24 feet, by the way, today. $25,000 maiden claiming event. Here is Instant Classic, first-time starter.
A Colt by Classic Empire. The dam was 0 for 1 on the grass, but certainly his progeny can handle it.
50-1 next door. Put me in, coach.
Big price on this one, debuting here for the $25,000. The dam was more of a dirt sprinter.
Here, Urton with a runner showing up. Easter Sonata.
Yeah, interesting. Daughter of Mendelssohn with some turf pedigree.
This one was on the turf, ran 3rd yielding turf last start. Lady Blast.
That was against Special Weight Company, so does get a drop in class. Certainly a major player.
Eddie Haskell for Leave It to Beaver fans.
Now this one, a half-brother to one of our friends, Java Buzz, a pretty good turf sprinter for Rudy Rodriguez.
7 went by at 8-1. We'll get back to. Here's Montalbano.
Yeah, big price on this one, who's not shown much as of yet.
First-time starter, Night Raven.
Colt by Audible debuting. There was a sibling who won twice on the grass.
And Italian Wine took money first time out in a maiden special weight.
For Brian Lynch, as the blinkers do go on, we'll see if this colt is one with some improvement second time out.
Post time coming up for the 4th. Let's go to Rachel.
I went down to the paddock, you guys, with first-time starters. We all know it's very important to see how they're acting, and I'm telling you guys right now, the 11 moves like he's feeling good. Italian Wine looked really, really nice in the paddock for Brian Lynch. You know, Keisha just pointed it out, a big plus. Adding blinkers today should make an improvement and does have turf experience as well as a few of them in here. Since they're heading to the gate, I'll just quickly tell you the 2 that I thought looked well physically, because I've been on a roll with that today, I feel like. I wish I could handicap and pick horses based on what they look like instead of having to give my tip sheet the day before. But the 5 and the 6 were just really, really moving well. 5, Lady Blast. Jose Camejo, also one of our kind of under the radar trainers here. Camejo ships in a few horses from Kentucky, but when he does, you definitely need to take notice. You know, he's won a race the past 2 days and 9 races overall from 24. So he's definitely one to keep. That horse looked really good, was classy. His ears were full. forward. And then the 6, Eddie Haskell as well from the Mike Maker barn, who's 31% when he brings his horses here. Just looked so fit and just moved well. Just really looked like he was comfortable in his own skin. Did not act at all like a first-time starter, but is bred to like the grass and also has a very nice work coming into this race at Turfway Park, October 7th, 4 furlongs, 48 flat. Love to see that. So 5 and 6 are my favorite. Lady Blast and Eddie Haskell on looks. Then I'm not going to be able to leave out the 11 Italian Wine on top from the Brian Lunch barn. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Yeah, Rachel, thank you. We'll see if Italian Wine runs better after taking that money first time out. 7-2. Blinkers on for start number 2. Let's go to John Dooley.
Debut win. Joe Ramos Instant Classic. Jan Hernandez with first-time starter, Puppy and Coach. Coming up. Sam Bermudez with 7-time started, JR Speed Feet. Air Horse 1 Drone View here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Loading at the 5 furlong start. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., first-time starter. Easter Sonata. JJ Mesa with Montalbano. Loaded at 35-1 odds. Evan Roman, Night Raven. One of the 5 first-time starters. Now Mitchell Morrow with Lady Blast. 3-2 favorite Lady Blast. Stand by one more. Irving Moncada with Italian Wine. The Bunnings Colt, a second-time starter. At 5 furlongs, turf firm, rel at 24 feet. Here's Italian Wine. They're all in line. They're off and sprinting. Fast start for JR Sweet Feet, quickly headed by Montalbano. Here comes an early bid by Lady Blast, and right there, that first-time starter, Eddie Haskell, who's going for an early attack. Puppy and Coaches come out running in third, dashing past the half-mile pole. So we get 2 more to Easter Sonata, running in fourth, Montalbano fifth after breaking sharp as they head toward the far turn. JR Sweet Feet, outside that is Italian Wine, and it's a break of 6 more to the first-time starter, Instant Classic, who's been beaten for pace in the one well back, Night Raven Trails. They round the far turn, the opening quarter, rapid fire. The first 2 of 5 furlongs as they come toward the quarter pole, and it's Eddie Haskell with Fernando Leto Cruz. Eddie Haskell has taken charge as they come off the far turn, coming down toward the final furlong. From toward the inside, Lady Blast, who tries to kick on with Eddie Haskell, who has the measure, coming down toward the final 16, Puppy and Coach, and then Easter Sonata with on the outside JR Sweet Feet, who's rallying on, but no catching Eddie Haskell. Eddie Haskell debuts with a 7-length win from JR Sweet Feet, who gained second from Puppy and Coach, and then close between Easter Sonata along with Lady Blast.
Well, gee, Mrs. Cleaver. First time out, Eddie Haskell. Impressive in the debut for Mike Maker.
Yeah, gets the job done. Son of Rushy, as mentioned in the post parade, the half-brother to Java Buzz. We know he's a turf sprinter, and clearly it runs in the family, as this colt was much the best, set just off Lady Blast, who was the favorite, who ended up folding and really faded, I think, to 4th or 5th there. Pretty disappointing in the finish, but Eddie Haskell able to kick away, well spotted by Mike Maker. Gets the job done on debut.
Is that maybe like 6 lengths?
Yeah. You don't normally see a maiden claiming on the turf one like that.
At 5 furlongs, yeah. Melly Mel back at Belmont of the Big A. Takes race 6.
Yeah, gets the job done. Second off the claim. She was forwardly placed with 7, Meg's Foxy Gray. And should just mention, after we saw she's complicated, the 5 running off in the warm-up, she did cross the wire far behind the rest of the field, but just protected by Kendra Kermush.
Oh, at this point, it was still a race. And then right about here, it wasn't. Melly Mel, Dylan Davis, 3rd win now, 12 career starts. Second off the claim win for the Nota Barn again, and wins at 3-1. And just not much response from Unbuzzy.
No, she ran on a little bit there late to be 3rd. She was kind of spinning her wheels on the turn, and in the final jump, she's really started to kick in. Picks up another check, hitting the board once again, but Melly Mel with the win today.
Race 7, 6 furlongs, outer turf, allowance optional claiming field, and a good group lining up in this spot. Right now, it's Winnebago 2-1 is the favorite on the board for Miguel Clement. Going to cut back in distance.
I've been waiting to see him sprint. I'm very excited. I had no input as to the entry, but I personally have been waiting for it.
Nate ran against one who ran just massive off a year layoff. Feltrinelli was second behind that horse, and what a meet Phil Antonacci had at Saratoga, and then his horse is continuing to run.
Yeah, they really have been. He's done an exceptional job, and even continuing that with a limited number of starters here at the Belmont at the Big A meet.
You going to be okay with Andy?
I love sitting next to Andy.
Okay. He's coming back in for me. I'm taking off. They will take you the rest of the way. Enjoy, and I will see you all tomorrow. Quick break. They'll look ahead to some of the weekend action as well, including the Sands Point top 4 finishers coming out of that Winter Memories to get reunited. Ready for Candy, Paradise City, Decadent. They were 1, 2, 3. They'll meet again. Speaking of the Phil Antonacci barn, winner of that race with Ready for Candy, looking to go back to back here on the circuit.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 $1,600,000 thank you.
Winter Memories comes up on the far outside to take over at the top of the stretch. Parting Been Words has been switched to the outside for the run into the final furlong. Arch Support down inside. Inside the final furlong, Winter Memories kicking away. Winter Memories strides away now. 5-length lead down to the finish. Celestial Kitten comes up on the inside of Parting Words. But it is Winter Memories.
Winter Memories winning the 2011 Sands Point Stakes, as we'll have the Sands Point coming up. And some of the horses in here just ran in the Winter Memories.
It's also nice to see that Jimmy Toner, who trained Winter Memories, has a horse in the Sands Point this weekend. I haven't seen Jimmy run a horse here in quite a while. Hopefully he'll be in town. Be nice to see him. Great trainer and a good man as well.
Absolutely. It feels like, as we've talked about this before, but it does feel like quite a few horses that Jimmy Toner claimed of stakes named after them here in New York. Andy Sterling back with us, by the way.
All in the same family, all those
Yeah.
Phillips bred horses, and so many good horses, starting with Memories of Silver, but so many good horses over the year. And Winter Memories, a real fan favorite, the Gray, who made that big run from the back of the pack. Exciting racehorse.
Well, the Sands Point will be the feature coming up on Saturday, 1 1/8 on the turf for the 3-year-old fillies. And taking a look at the field, we'll get a chance to see, as mentioned, a few of the horses rematching out of the Winter Memories, including the winner, Ready for Candy, who really has been very impressive since she was purchased and moved to the Phil Antonacci barn.
In my opinion, unless you have some genuine concern that the mile distance, this 1 1/8 in the Sands Point, is going to be a problem for her, I think she's an hour and a half the horse to beat. I know it was a slim margin.
She broke her maiden at 1 1/8.
What's that?
She broke her maiden at 1 1/8.
Yeah, no, I agree on the front end, but having said that, no, I'm not saying I have a problem with it. I'm saying unless you have a problem with it, I don't know what the argument against her is. I know it's a narrow margin, but the horse that finished second and third in this race had just delicious trips, saving ground and moving at the end, where she made the first move. She was widest of all the whole way. I really was very impressed with her win in the Winter Memories. In my opinion, she's not only going to be very tough to beat in this race, she could be a filly that we hear more from going forward into next year.
Yeah, absolutely. And the horses behind her did get good trips in Paradise City and Decadent, as you mentioned, but both of them were getting onto the turf for the first time. Clearly, they both were able to handle it, though. We'll see if they can continue to progress as they now stay on the grass.
They'll need to move forward or hope this filly does not run her race, because that was an extremely good effort and, in my opinion, a better one than the margin of victory suggests.
She's pretty good, Ready for Candy. She's been impressive thus far in her 2 races in the Phil Antonacci barn. Back to today, race number 7 coming up next. There's Phil's Charge in Nate, as that one is currently 5-2. As you were touching on, looking at doubles, will likely go off favored. And he has run well, finishing second in the last couple of starts, including behind Moralo, who's turned into a different horse on the turf, and Feltrinelli, who was pretty impressive last time.
I have no argument against this horse. Wired last time out by a George Weaver horse that was coming off a layoff and ran a huge race. I think the rail was probably a bit beneficial. She chased outside, or he chased outside. Don't get excited when you're looking at that 5-2, because this horse is going to likely be close to even money, if not even lower by post time. Now, I'm not sure he should be that big a favorite, but he should be the favorite, and he is the horse to beat.
We'll have Ricardo Santana aboard again, who was up for his maiden score. He's now your 2-1 favorite, as we'll check in with Richie starting there.
And he looks terrific. Phil Antonacci does such good work. He's winning at a high percentage. Everything he brings over looks physically like they're ready to run their best race. This horse could not look any better in his coat, in his weight. I'm just really intrigued and fascinated by what a good job they do. And Lindy Farms, they have their private training center. The family's already made such a mark in harness racing, members of the Harness Racing Hall of Fame. And Phil is doing just a crackerjack job with his thoroughbreds here. And this horse has never run a bad race turf sprinting, and looks like he's primed to run another good one today. The 2 Niagara Skyline, really very consistent, hard knocking, turns back after he went a mile last time. I think he's going to sit a real good trip under Dylan Davis, right in behind the pace. I thought Niagara Skyline checks the boxes. Interesting, too. He's by War Dancer, stallion that we're very familiar with, very successful, stands in New York. But he's an Ontario bred. But this horse was also then eligible for the New York Sired Stakes, New York Stallion Stakes, because he's by a sire that stands in the state of New York. The 5-horse, Winnebago, making a really nice impression here. Looking at him from a physical perspective, he certainly looks like he's going to appreciate the turn back, right? He's come to the States. He ran 1:70, a mile, and now he's getting back to sprint distances, which he did contest in Europe, and I think that's what he really wants, looking at him from a physical perspective, a little more short-coupled, burlier type. I think he'll really appreciate the cutback. Also looks great for Miguel Clement. And the 1-horse, I'd be remiss not to mention the 1-horse here, trying the turf for the first time. A horse that has flashed ability at times, has the turf work in Saratoga, comes in off of some nice steady works on the Belmont training track, but that turf work stands out to me. Horse could not look any better for Lisa Bartkowski, who's been deputizing for Phil Serpley. Hopefully they get his situation worked out and he can get back to plying his trade, rightfully so. The horse looks like a turf horse to me. Longer, slacker passer, and not as wide or flat of foot, but certainly gives me the impression that the turf is going to be beneficial to him. And from the rail, maybe he turns out to be the speed of the speed here, because when he runs well, it seems like he flashes good speed.
See if he can be quick. Richie, thank you. Executive order at a big, big price from the rail. Interesting race coming up, and Nate now the favorite. And he's run 2 good races at this level, but I thought it was kind of interesting as far as some other horses who could potentially take steps forward in here and taking some money as well. The 2 Niagara Skyline cutting back in distance, a new face from Woodbine. Winnebago cutting back in distance. Even Alan Turing showed he could sprint last time out.
Well, Alan Turning's gotten some delicious trips in his last couple races against Softer. I think he's an underlay at 9-1, but if you like him, don't listen to me.
Well, here is a big price. Executive order finally getting onto the turf for the first time.
Just doesn't have any pedigree to suggest he's going to move up on the grass, and he would have to do that.
There's Niagara Skyline, as I mentioned, new face coming in from Woodbine.
I think he's better off sprinting and is a major player in this race, a generous 4-1 right now.
There's Hilarious Affair back to the turf.
Well, if you bet him, hold your breath when the gate pops, because he can break far behind the field.
Acted up a lot in the gate 2 back. There's Finest Kind from Colonial.
Tough field to come out of a maiden win and try to beat.
Winnebago cutting back in distance.
I like this horse. We'll talk about him more after the post parade.
There's 4 Harp. It does have speed.
Should be the speed. The problem is that the 8's not going to be far behind him, and the 8 probably is a better horse.
Speaking of the 8 there, he is innate for Phil Antonacci.
I don't think there's anything you can knock about him. He's just going to end up a very short price, and you have to ask yourself if his price is a little bit in the low side for you.
And Alan Turing, last out winner.
Well, I'm an admirer of Alan Turing's, a great man who did many great things. The horse has done well recently, but I think he's biting off a little bit more than he can chew as a New York bred going against opens.
You can join Naira Bets today and get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Use code CUP25 and sign up now at nairabets.com to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus. You'll want to be all ready over at Naira Bets when those Breeders' Cup races come around. Andy, you landed on the number 5, Winnebago. I know you love a turn back.
Well, I don't love turnbacks in the turf, to be honest with you. I just think this might be a horse, looking at his pedigree and looking at his 2-year-old races, that he might be more suited to a sprint. So I'm hopeful that that's the case. His first race in this country wasn't great, but it wasn't bad for a first start coming off a 5-month layoff. And I thought he ran well at Saratoga. I know the pace was honest on August 7th, but I thought he made a nice outside run, especially in a race where the majority of the effective running was run down the inside. So I thought it was a very nice effort by him. Now, his last race was obviously a disaster, but there are a lot of horses that go to Kentucky Downs and they just don't run. Now, that doesn't mean you completely want to dismiss it, but given his prior race, I think there's reason to believe he's a better horse than that, and I'm hoping that the cutback will work for him. I don't think it's going to be easy to beat Innate, and I also respect the number 2 Niagara Skyline. I was hoping for a better price. Now, based on doubles, he's supposed to be the 3rd choice. I don't think that Winnebago has any great shakes at 3-1, but if he drifts up to 9-2 or 5-1, I think he's a playable horse in here.
The 2 Niagara Skyline, well named, given he's an Ontario bred and coming over from Woodbine, did actually debut, or I should say start at least his career off back in December 2023 here in New York. But this is his race 2 starts back where he did win, sprinting going 6.5 furlongs.
Yeah, but he's a horse that, looking at his races, I just think he's better with a little bit less distance. So they've moved him around quite a bit. You don't see horses that often that move back and forth between routes and sprints. His routes being a mile long, but he's run a lot of mile races. Not that he's run that badly. I just feel like his faster races, for the most part, have come at the shorter distances. And I think if he runs his good race, he fits in here. It's all about the 8. He's got to beat the 8 in this race. I'm not in love with an 8, but an 8 is the horse to beat. He's run the consistent fast races, and his form is held together. And you mentioned how well the Antonacci barn has been going. And they ran well, as you said, in Saratoga, and they're going well here.
See how it plays out, 8-5 on the favorite. Now let's go back to Richie, trackside.
Yeah, we'll stay with that theme with the 2 Niagara Skyline, who will be my top selection. I just love the way this horse looks. 7-year-old son of War Dancer, big, solid individual, looks great, like the turn back. I couldn't get past him. I like Niagara Skyline, the 5 Winnebago, reiterating what I said in the paddock. He just looks like he's going to appreciate turning back to sprints. You know, one thing they always seem to have a very good handle on, European horsemen, is distances horses want. And he, exclusively sprinted, there in Europe, and then, stretched out here. But I think he's landing in a perfect spot here. Looks more like a turf sprinter to me. The 8 and 8 is going to be tough to beat, guys. There's no doubt about that. He looks great. The Antonacci's do a great job. He's well posted. He's got, tactical speed. I didn't want to pick the favorite. I landed on the 2 Niagara Skyline, but make no mistake, an 8's going to be tough to beat. And at 53-1 now, executive order, guys, I think this horse is certainly going to outrun his odds. Not hard to outrun 58-1, but I wouldn't sleep on him. He looks like a turf horse, could not look better in the flesh, and he's a horse that can flash speed at times, at least when he's been successful. I think he's really interesting, maybe not as a win candidate, but a horse that could hit the board at a big price.
Hey, he is a very generous price. Richie, good luck on executive order, who won't get to try the turf for the first time.
I mean, well, listen, he's 100-1. He's not my cup of tea, but he's 1,000,000 to 1. So if you want to bet him, you should bet him.
I just looked back at my notes because I had written down he was a late scratch back on September 18th. He was actually entered for the turf that day, too. So this is the second time they're trying to get him on the grass. We'll see if he takes to it.
I mean, I guess they're trying the grass because, I mean, he's run some okay races on the dirt his first start, and then that race off a layoff was a good start. But his form has completely gone south, and now they're running him on a surface which he doesn't really have a pedigree for. Now, there are horses that can win on the turf that don't have a turf pedigree, but he's 50-1. If you like him, bet him. I just don't like him.
Richie?
Well, I just to address the pedigree thing, and I agree. I mean, I'm not seeing it either, but looking at him from an individual standpoint, I do think he'll appreciate the turf. I did speak with Lisa Bartkowski about that turf work in Saratoga, which they thought was very impressive. And as far as pedigree, well, I certainly didn't have a pedigree to be a jockey, and I did okay, Andy.
I'm staying out of this conversation.
So Richie, certainly one of the greatest to do it, and we love getting a chance to hear his insight as one who has been there and done it all on the track and done it quite well.
The horse I like is too short a price. The 5 at 5-2 is too short. I like him, but I can't bet him at this price.
5-2 on Winnebago with Flavien Prat. That might be contributing to it as well. Innate at 8-5, though. Fort Phil Antonacci. Race 7, sprinting on the turf coming up. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Dylan Davis aboard. Moving in for Harp. Next in will be Hilarious Affair. 3 out. Innate. Finest Kind. And to the far outside, that's going to be Alan Turing. Alan Turing. Last to go in. All set. And they're off. Innate has early speed, so does 4 Harp, and 4 Harp now puts a nose in front. Innate towards the outside will be a stalking second. Trying to move forward there is Winnebago. It's towards the outside. At the rail, hustle along executive order. Back to 5th. That's going to be Niagara Skyline. Alan Turing towards the back with Finest Kind, and the early trailer, Hilarious Affair. 4 Harp got to the front, then 4 Harp will take him into the far turn through a 22-4. Opening quarter mile, it's 4 Harp trying to take him all the way. Innate in pursuit towards the outside with At the Rail. That's executive order. 4 Harp is up by 2 and doing it strongly. Right there in 4th, that's Winnebago trying to run on Niagara Skyline. At the back, Alan Turing, Hilarious Affair, and Finest Kind will have to pass them all. They're approaching the top of the lane, just brushing with the rail there. Executive order, nowhere to go, is trying to rally on. 4 Harp now sprints for home. 4 Harp in Innate. Here comes Winnebago rolling down the center of the course, but Innate is ready to challenge for Harp and also bursting on through Niagara Skyline. Complexion completely changes. Alan Turing is on the scene late. It is Niagara Skyline trying to hold off Alan Turing. Alan Turing to the outside. Niagara Skyline, give it to Niagara Skyline. Niagara Skyline wins it over Alan Turing. Then came Innate and Winnebago in 1 minute 9.58 seconds.
Niagara Skyline, very logical horse at getting the win, cutting back in distance.
A horse who was a clear-cut second choice behind the 8 and all the multi-race bets, went up at a very generous 9-2 and got it done. The favorite 8 was terrible. He stalked the pace and had absolutely nothing. Alan Turing, who I thought was ridiculously underlaid at 8-1, actually ran well here to be second. He improved. The 5, we thought we were in a winning position to make the move in the turn. Flavia in a position, he was terrible. He just did no finish whatsoever. Source was best, but Alan Turing has really improved in here. No question about it.
Found his home sprinting, Alan Turing, despite the pedigree. 2-9-8 in a photo for 4th. Niagara Skyline. 7-year-old by War Dancer. Incredibly logical horse. Got a generous price at 9-2 on him, as he was able to get some racing room and come running late. Dylan Davis in the saddle, and it was the 5 Winnebago who checks in 4th, 2-9-8-5 in race 7, sprinting on the grass. Dylan Davis with the victory for Niagara Skyline. Have you been to Niagara Falls?
I have. Saw the Grateful Dead there in 1984.
Oh, pretty cool.
Most of my trips to places like that involve the Grateful
Because of
Dead.
the Grateful Dead.
Actually, the other time I went to Niagara Falls, I was driving up to Toronto to go see the Grateful Dead. I think later that year, actually, 84 in the summer, in Wonderland Amusement Park. But I have been. It was in April, and they still had it was like a giant ice thing from the mist. It sort of turns into a big, huge ice thing by the falls. Yeah, it was crazy.
Went with my parents after a trip to Woodbine, actually.
Really? You and Miguel did honeymoon there and get like a heart-shaped bed?
No, no.
It's a very disappointing occasion.
Horses in the paddock for the upcoming 5th race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll talk more about it after this.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmar Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst, so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Saturday on FS1, don't miss British Champions Day live from Ascot Racecourse. World-class racing, including the Kipco Champion Stakes, a win-and-you're-in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Coverage begins Saturday morning, 8 Eastern on FS1.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Consistency has been the key with Sacred Wish, with Grade 1 form on both dirt and turf. At 3, she came within a neck of Grade 1 Glory Over Dirt in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Then stamped her ticket at 4, capturing the Grade 1 Matriarch, topping a field with 3 Grade 1 winners, including Gina Romantica.
Coming down to the line together, Sacred Wish.
Sacred Wish has won or placed in 9 graded stakes for trainer George Weaver and owners Black Type Thoroughbreds, Swinbank Stables, Steve Atkinson, Christopher Dunn, and Anthony Spinazzola. With earnings of nearly $1.2 million, Sacred Wish is her sire, Not This Time's highest earning female runner. Her active female family includes Grade 1 winners Bowie's Hero and Sharp Azteca, and traces back to Broodmare of the Year, Kamar. Grade 1 winner Sacred Wish, selling this November with Vinery Sales Agent.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Love that view. As we have horses in the paddock still for Horseshoe Indianapolis. Does say 0 minutes to post, so hopefully we will get there shortly. But this one coming up, race 5.5 furlongs on the main track for the Indiana Breds, the non-winners of 2 in life claiming race. And right now it is the number 2 Focaccia. Currently the favorite.
Yeah, I was originally supposed to be on from just 1 to 4, but I said I gotta be on for the 5th from Horseshoe.
Well,
Indy,
because
so
you are a really
I
big focaccia fan, right?
Well,
you
I
like
am.
Focaccia
Who isn't a fan of focaccia?
A little rosemary.
Not a fan of
right?
focaccia. You have no taste at all.
I agree.
I love focaccia. I don't know about the horse, but I thought the 7 improved a little last time out. 7-2
Yep.
might be a little interesting in this race. 4 is the speed, but hard to make on paper.
Horses stepping onto the track now for race 5 as we'll meet the field, starting off with the 1 Luna Diva.
Figures to be sitting close behind the pace down on the insides, had a lot of chances. Is 1 for 18.
There's Focaccia.
Yeah, not impossible. 1 for 13 with this one, but a couple of seconds in recent starts, but also been a short price and not gotten it done.
She's so elite cutting back.
I don't know why she's 5-1. She looks 25-1 on paper.
He's taking a little drop in class. There's Jane Plain with speed.
She's taking a lot of money. She's the speed. She's also slow.
Queen's Desire stepping up in class.
1 for 19 for this one, as you say, moving up. Broke her maiden 2 back.
There is Indiana Smoke Show, who finished behind Focaccia last time.
You put a gun to my head, I'd be betting on Indiana Smoke Show in this race, so I thought would be in a good stalking position.
And Kitten Song back to the dirt.
You got me. I have no idea. This horse's dirt races are pretty much all bad.
See if she can turn things around today. 9-5 on the favorite as we head over to Rachel. Rachel, first I have to ask, are you a Focaccia fan?
You know what? I'm leaning more towards Indiana Smoke Show with Andy. I'm going to agree with him here. I went down to the paddock, got to talk to trainer Randy Klopp. He said she's been close in her last couple. He had really high hopes for her. He was a little disappointed that she couldn't get it done in the maiden special weight rank, so they've dropped her down, but she's had a couple of good showings. And then I also got to talk to Janice, our friend from Breakaway Farms, who is the breeder and owner of this 3-year-old filly. And I was right. This Indiana Smoke Show was named after one of my favorite songs, Bailey Zimmerman's Oklahoma Smoke Show. So it's our Indiana version. This one I think is the one that I would bet on. I wouldn't need a gun put to my head, but I would bet on it. The 8 Kitten Song, I did talk to Hannah Leahy. Probably not very familiar with her, but she is such a well-spoken jockey. Every time she wins or every time I talk to her, she's so classy. She said that this filly is just really cool. She's super chill. She doesn't act like a filly. And she says she's just really small but gritty and brave. She said, I get out there on the track and she does not care what we do. She will go for it. She's just a very, very brave, gritty girl. So I love to hear that. She said there's lots of speed in here. They hope to just make a good break and get a good trip out of it. Another one that I thought looked really, really good in here was the 4 Jane Plain. Just based on look alone, she was dappled out. You could tell she felt good. She was on her toes moving around there in the paddock. So those are the ones that really stand out to me. This is a nice race, but I'm going to have to agree with Andy. I'm going to go with Indiana Smoke Show in here.
Rachel, thank you. Race 5 coming up at Horseshoe Indianapolis. As back over to Belmont at the Big A, we saw Niagara Skyline get the victory, cutting back in distance, returning to New York. And big son of War Dancer. Looks like I see a tag too. Looks like he got claimed today. Wow, 7-year-old.
Wow, 7-year-old gelding claimed at the end of turf season in October. I imagine the connections are a little surprised by that.
Yeah.
I think if they claimed the horse $50,000 at Woodbine, it would have cost less, right? Canadian dollars less.
Yes.
So it was good move shipping here. They won, and they lost the horse, so it worked out well. It's a very good ride by Dylan. Managed to get out. He was lucky. If the 5 had more horse, he wouldn't have gotten out, but because Winnebago wasn't finishing. And this race kind of fell apart, which I guess makes Innate's performance a little bit better, but it feels like Innate kind of tailed off a little bit. This was not nearly as good as any of his recent efforts in here. It's clearly more given the ground on the outer turf for this race to go 109.3. It's probably closer to good.
Something important to note as well with some of the rain that we did have over the weekend. $11 winner Niagara Skyline in race number 7. We wrap up the card on the turf in the 8th race in an incredibly interesting and competitive 2-year-old filly race going a mile on the grass, and the board kind of reflecting that. Right now it's Belle of Georgia as a tepid favorite, but I think a very, very interesting race.
I agree. You've got some real pedigree with the 1, Consider Me First. You've got some pedigree on the 2, Take Home Gold. Even Caffeinate has some pedigree. I don't know if it's really going short. And I was very interested in the 4, Miss Brunellas, who was purchased by the Connections coming out of that race at Colonial. A race I think maybe better than the speed figures suggest. Thought this horse looked like she'd run better in her next start. She would run better next start, and maybe with some more distance. So I prefer Miss Brunellas over Belle of Georgia.
Yeah, Miss Brunellas. The second dam was Pure Clan, who won the Flower Bowl. Certainly very good going long on the turf as she will stretch out. First time for Belmont. As we take a look at the weekend stakes schedule that we have to look forward to. Saturday we have the Sands Point. Sunday we were always anticipating the Noble Damsel and the Autumn Days and the rescheduled Carl Place. Great opportunity for those horses with the cancellation this past weekend to come back and run there.
2 stakes sprinting on the turf, both of them campus interesting races added to the Noble Damsel. And Saturday's card, while it Sands Point, there's also 10 starter allowance races named for some of our favorite old pros. I know Richie will be excited to see the Creme de la Fête. I think there's a Be Bullish in there and some pretty cool horses being remembered by those races, and they're big competitive fields. I was going through that card. I think I spent more time on Saturday's 11 race card than I spent on the Travers, and I still feel like I might be lucky to pick 2 winners on the card. It seemed like a very, very competitive card where maybe some opportunities to get some prices home.
Yeah, definitely want to tune in for that. I will also be at Far Hills on Saturday. We'll have coverage of that on the show. Be with Joe Clancy and Liza Hendricks covering there, and our old friend Snap Decision, who sadly, because he's an 11-year-old, cannot race on the NYRA circuit anymore, but he's trying to defend his title in the American Grand National.
Yes, a ridiculous, arbitrary rule, in my opinion, that we do well to get rid of. And horses like Snap Decision not being able to run is ridiculous. And he's such a cool horse. A horse who was favored over Bricks and Mortar in a non-winners of 1 as a 3-year-old has turned out to be one of the best jumpers in the country over the last few years. And it is very cool. And it's a good way to sort of talk about the steeplechase program, because it really does give another opportunity to racehorses to continue on with their careers and show that they may have been okay on the flat, but they can turn into pretty good horses over the jumps.
And also, you know, we see, as you said, sometimes horses that make a second career out of it. The steeplechase season sometimes is a little bit lighter than what the flat season might be too, and you see horses stick around for a long time, which is cool.
As Snap Decision, who should be able to race here, and that arbitrary rule swore another one who was for Grand Motion. And he was a nice horse, but he's found a home in jumping as well.
Yeah, he was with Grand Motion for quite some time. We saw him running in stakes, and he just won the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory over the jumps here in New York. So really fun. Looking forward to being back at Far Hills on Saturday for the American Grand National, and plenty of other exciting stuff. We'll be leaning on my friend Joe on the desk there. You know,
you taking the train, or are you driving down?
I'm driving. Getting there is not so bad. Leaving is always a little bit tricky because there's one road in and out.
And I'm guessing you can't run out ahead of everybody else because you'll be on air.
I will be on air. Yep.
As text me and complain on that when you're sitting in traffic if you'd like.
I never complain.
You're not a complainer, I will agree.
Race 5, we have a late scratch at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The number 8, Kitten Song, a late scratch on track there. So was a bit of a price on the outside, but do note the number 1, Kitten Song, maybe taking out a little bit of early pace in this spot, though that one was cutting back in distance. The 2, Focaccia, now 3-2 as they start to make their way towards the starting gate.
I'm going to bet a couple bucks on the 7. I think 3-1's a very
3-1, nice
generous price on the 7.
Take
a look and make sure this horse is not going to get over bet in the late stages here. Let's see what price is the 7 in doubles. Oh, should be able to do third choice actually in doubles.
All right, nothing wrong with that. 3-1 on Indiana Smoke Show, who Rachel had some interest in as well. 7-5 on the number 2, Focaccia, as they load in for race 5. Again, late scratch of the 8. We'll send it up to John Dooley for the call.
Cruz, a couple of wins on the card, and now 99 for the season. Joe Ramos with Jane Plain. Just a couple of them back. Jose Gutierrez with Queen's Desire coming up. It's now an all main track card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The 6th and 8th been taken off the turf course main track fast, and one more. Luis Contreras with Indiana Smoke Show, like She's So Elite, both for leading trainer Randy Klump. Here comes the 5th, all in. Ready. And they're off. Off to an even start. Luna Diva alertly away from the rail for Rodney Prescott, and Focaccia is right there, vying for the early lead with Luna Diva as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole. Gene Plain and the Red Silks is running in third, and just off these leaders, then the Randy Klopp 2. To the inside, She's So Elite, and on the outside is Indiana Smoke Show, and after a couple of furlongs, Queen's Desire trails the Phillies sprint, and they have 3 furlongs to go. Quarter 22.28 seconds, aiming for Luna Diva. Leading with the rail, Luna Diva in front of Focaccia, staying right there near to Luna Diva now as they come past the quarter pole head to head. Jane Plain just got a pop of the crop. Then to the inside, She's So Elite with Queen's Desire, who's picked up Indiana Smoke Show. Heads are turned for home, and it's Luna Diva. Luna Diva staring at one more furlong. Luna Diva clings on from Focaccia, charging hard on the outside. Luna Diva still responding to the pressure. Focaccia fully stretched now by Luna Diva. Then Queen's Desire, She's So Elite toward the rail. It's Luna Diva and Rodney Prescott, and Luna Diva gets the result by just over 2. Focaccia kept at bay by Luna Diva throughout. Queen's Desire third, and She's So Elite finished 4th.
Luna Diva turns the tables on Focaccia, the number 1, getting the victory here.
And the 4, for whatever reason, decided not to be ridden aggressively. It made it much easier for the 1 and 2. They were aggressive. They ran 1-2 around the track, and my pick, Indiana Smoke Show, was eased.
1-2, and it looks like the 5 got up for third, closing there. Luna Diva with the victory. Joe Ramos in the saddle, getting the win. As we head back over to Belmont at the Big A, the nightcap coming up in a really fun and interesting 2-year-old filly race on the grass. There is the number 3, Belle of Georgia, second-time starter, showed some early interest, first time out with experience. She's currently the favorite as we get ready for the finale after this.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. As we heard some news that was anticipated, that reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, after her last effort, officially retired and will head to Hill and Dale, who did actually purchase an ownership of her earlier this year, and so she will join their broodmare band, and it'll be interesting to see who she is bred to. And you know, sometimes it is hard for the great race fillies and mares to pass that on to their offspring, but will be exciting to see, and of course wishing her all the best in her next career as a mom.
Yeah, she had a lot of fans, and rightfully so. She had an excellent career, really running well from start to finish. You know, you sort of look past a race like the Spinster, where she obviously just didn't want to run, and they did the right thing and retired her, and she'll be remembered for a career. You know, even if you consider she's kind of, you know, tailed off a little bit after the Travers and still won 4 Grade 1s, including a Breeders' Cup race. That's how good she was.
That's kind of a dream for anybody involved in racing, that's for sure. I said wishing her the best as she's officially been retired. Horses making their way out for race 8. Let's meet the field. Again, going a mile on the turf for the 2-year-old fillies. Here's first-time starter, Consider Me First.
Ton of pedigree in the dam side.
Yep.
6 turf winners out of 7 to try it, and 5 of them were very nice runners.
Another first-time starter, Take Home Gold.
Like the one, not taking a lot of money, but this one has pedigree as well.
Yeah, a lot of turf pedigree on this one, too. Full to Goldwood, who's a very good turf sprinter for Jorge Duarte. Their second-time starter, Belle of Georgia.
Yeah, I thought she ran well first time in a tough field and was a logical horse. That's why she's favored.
Miss Brunella's purchased privately, as we touched on.
I like her. I think she's better than she looks, and I think it's an interesting switch to Bill.
Just Aloof, first-time starter for Chad Brown.
It's a half-to horse named Bowen Rose that Chad Brown claimed it was a massive disappointment for OXO.
There's Just Tell Ann getting onto the grass for the first time.
A lot of money for this one right now for Ray Handel. Will be joining us for an hour tomorrow.
Caffeinate, first-time starter, filly by Memas.
Wonder if this horse, mile first time out, probably okay. There's plenty of pedigree in this one also. There's a lot of pedigree in this race.
Second dam Group 1 winner on the turf, going a mile and a quarter for the 8, excuse me. There's the 9 market hour stretching out.
Stretching out turf maidens, Chad Brown has decent enough numbers. This horse didn't do any running first time out.
And Fonzie Angel getting onto the turf for the first time.
This doesn't have a lot of pedigree in the dam side, but it is a Galileo dam, to be fair, and Liam's map. So there's some pedigree, but it's not really a strong dam side.
That's the field for the nightcap. Pretty wide open. 2-year-old fillies. A lot of development can happen at this stage. We'll talk more about it in depth. Hear from Richie as well after this. We have the nightcap coming up on America's Day at the Races.
Who's still a nose in front. Kourou is lifting late as well. Better Lucky Than Good at the rail. Better Lucky Than Good. Kourou, Better Lucky Than Good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Nightcap coming up as we have plenty of ways to go. 5-2 favorite right now on a horse with experience. You like another one with experience, though, Miss Brunellas, who was purchased privately out of, I would say, actually, it should be Miss Brunette, yes, probably is the correct pronunciation. But she did finish third on debut.
Yeah, I thought her first race was better than it looks, and I respect the connections who bought this horse and thought this could be an interesting one. Nothing against the 3 in this race, but I liked her. A lot of money for the 9 right now. Market Hours, who just didn't do any running first time, but maybe the money's meaningful.
Let's head down to Richie.
Yeah, we're going to talk about 4 horses, guys. Down on the inside, 2 first-time starters. The one, Consider Me First. Just a big, elegant daughter of Uncle Mo. Really caught my eye. Very attractive. She's got a pedigree, a half to stakes winners on the turf. Mucho Unusual, as well as Big Score. Really just impressed with how she handles herself. Looks fit and very well prepared. The 2, Take Home Gold, adept of pedigree there as well. She's a full to the stakes winner. Goldwood. Grand Dam is Maple Jinsky by Nijinsky. Just a beautiful filly, really well turned out. Do think that she'll improve for the race under her belt today. Just maybe fitness-wise, just tighten up a touch. The 9, Market Hours, is my top selection. I thought the 5.5 was just too frenetic for her, too fast. Looking at her from a physical perspective, think she'll appreciate more ground. Didn't expect her to now turn over to be the favorite. Chad's horses are always fit first time out, but I feel like she really came together with that race under her belt. A couple of nice turf works coming in. I just think she's going to appreciate stretching out and not having that supersonic fast pace that they get in turf sprints. And then the 10, Fonzie Angel. Boy, she sure does look like a turf horse. Long slacker passage, big, wide, flat foot. Is out of a Galileo mare. I'm hanging my hat a little bit on that. But the 9's my top selection. But I thought the 10, Fonzie Angel, was a little interesting.
Very intriguing given the stallion power represented there. Richie, thank you. As far as Market Hours, good notes from Richie that she did improve physically second time out. I had written down that she was a little bit green with the pony. And despite not having a ton of turf pedigree, she moved like a turf horse. She just didn't do any running first time out.
Obviously, there's a story, and somebody likes this horse because now she's 2-1. And either I missed something, but I didn't think she did any running. I didn't think she galloped out well. There's something going on I don't know about. I certainly hope for the connections that she runs well, but she's not for me. But probably somebody smarter than me knows more than I do, because that is significant money for this horse. I bet the 4. I used the 9 protectively, but I bet the 4 in this race, Miss Brunel's, with mostly the 3, Belle of Georgia, a little bit, a couple 2 inside, but I used the 9 defensively. But wow, she's
7-1.
Pounded.
Yeah, 7-1. Nice price on Miss Brunettes, which means My Brunettes.
Means what?
My Brunettes.
Okay.
7-1. First time for Belmont. Post time for race 8, a mile on the turf. Coming up, the favorite is the 9. Market Hours. We'll see if the money's right. Here's Chris Griffin with the call. The nightcap, Belmont at the Big A.
All set.
No good here, no good here.
And they're off. Take Home Gold has got early speed towards the inside, and also up on the outside, here comes Just Aloof, and in between horses, Miss Brunettes. From the far outside, here's Market Hours with some forward movement. It's going to be Take Home Gold, Ricardo Santana Jr. with a neck advantage. Towards the outside, there comes Market Hours, who's a challenging second, hard to handle, very keen. Miss Brunellas is now inside, towards the inside in third, really wants to go, nowhere to go. Orange Cap, Just Tell Ann, has moved around rivals and now challenging that third spot. Just behind them, Just Aloof, tightly bunched up front. Towards the back end of the field, there's Consider Me First, is followed towards the outside here from Belle of Georgia, and the 2 trailers going to be Caffeinate with Fonzie Angel. They work up the backstretch, 23.27 for the opening quarter mile, and a neck advantage still for Take Home Gold. Market Hours is ready to pounce towards the outside. A stalking presence from second. Just Tell Ann is 3 wide center of the course with less than a half mile to go. They went 48.80 for a half mile time, and Take Home Gold will take him into the turn, and Market Hours is now engaging, and here comes Market Hours right there in second. Following them, Just Tell Ann in third. Miss Brunellas is now at the rail, wants to go, is held back here, is just watching the top trio and rounding them. Here comes Just Aloof. very tightly bunched still. Belle of Georgia's now in the late mix. They turn for home, and Market Hours is now cut loose. It's Market Hours is ready to challenge. It's Just Tell Ann. Ducked in a little bit, is very green, but chasing Market Hours, who's up by a length and a half. Just Tell Ann now just aloof down the grandstand side. It's Market Hours, but for how long? Just aloof, opening up this big stride, and here comes Just Aloof to the outside. Market Hours not going away. Just Aloof wins the finale. Just Aloof won it over Market Hours towards the inside. Then came a photo that was Just Tell Ann with Miss Berneas in 1 minute 38.15 seconds.
Just Aloof, homebred for Whisper Hill Farm, gets the win over her stablemate. Market Hours got caught, but the money certainly was right on her.
I agree. The money was right. She ran. And just when you're not going well, as that barn has not gone well, at least that is Clarvich Stables, but the 5 was Chad Brown, who ran 1-2, but first time started 8-1 with some pedigree, able to get it done. My 4-horse had a good trip. She couldn't get through when she wanted to, but I don't think she was ever going to win this race. I mean, she could have. I think she was third, but first 2 ran away from the field.
5-9 and a photo for third. Chad Brown finishing 1-2, but it was first name starter Just Aloof. Touchscreen lugging in a little bit while closing, but really finishing with a full head of steam. Ridden by Manny Franco, who's riding great guns now.
Yeah, no, I think Manny Franco is riding absolutely sensationally right now. Not that Flavia did anything wrong, and maybe they're just betting Flavia's horses, but wow, a lot of money for the 9. Not that it was really wrong. She ran well, but this horse just able to get her as Manny's riding at the top of his game.
As you can kind of see there, the lugging in a little bit, lingering on that inside left lead, but did a good job keeping her clear, and it was 5-9. 4-6 in that photo there in race 8, first time starter at 8-1. Just Aloof getting the victory with Manny Franco in the saddle, again homebred for Whisper Hill.
And a half to Ballon Rose, who you were just looking up, who lost her debut at 35 cents to the dollar to, I want to say, Xanthique, who was claimed by Tom Morley before that race and paid about 70 bucks.
Oh, hold on. I just saw
what?
John Velasquez on his feet and off the 1. Not sure what took place with Consider Me First, but a rider not on his horse, so not sure what took place there.
Don't see the 1 anywhere.
No. So we'll try to
no idea.
Provide an update as we have it, but a rider off, looking like Johnny was okay on his feet, walking off the turf course. But again, not impacting what took place there. So 5-9-4-6. We were going to be leaving in about 40 seconds to the rollout. I would imagine they might take a little bit of a look if there was something that took place. Still unofficial. You can head over to Naira Bets when it does go official for full prices and official results of race 8, the nightcap here, Belmont at the Big A. It was fun as always, Andy, and we'll be back in action tomorrow. And of course, looking forward to all the stakes action this weekend.
Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Looking forward
to it.
a
lot of time
Thank
together, I think, tomorrow.
you very much for joining us as we had some really fun competitive racing today and some good performances. A lot more still to come throughout the weekend, as mentioned. Reminder, head on over to Naira Bets for full results and prices. With the Angels, it was good to see her back on the track as well. As far as the 2-year-olds, Schilling getting the win for Ken McPeak in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And it was Niagara Skyline on the turf. We'll be back from 2 to 5 tomorrow. Be sure to join us on America's Day at the Races.